like to call to order this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly and begin with a roll call.
Mr. Kleiman.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson. Honored to be here. Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Ms. Johnston. Here. Ms. Osiander.
Here.
Ms. Drummond.
Here.
Mr. Birch.
Here.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Dr. Selkrig. Here. Mr. Coffey.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Very good. Mr. Starr, would you lead us to the pledge, please? The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, there are some minutes. Move to approve. For October 13th?
Yes.
All right. The minutes of October 13th are before us. Is there discussion? Is there objection in accepting? Seeing none, the minutes of October 13th are accepted. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I know you're going to have to leave shortly, but you'd like to give us a report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be leaving about 6:15 and then returning just about 7:15, so I appreciate your indulgence on accommodating that. A couple of things. We, of course, AML officially starts tomorrow. Today was the Alaska Conference of Mayors, and great turnout from mayors from around the state, and had a great chance to interact, exchange ideas and concerns and challenges in each of our respective communities. Always, to me, very useful to work with our fellow mayors from around the state. And then, of course, yesterday we had our first opportunity to meet with our legislative caucus, the Anchorage caucus, and talk about some of our legislative priorities for the upcoming session. To the Assembly members who were there, and then for those who weren't, we really discussed with them a very preliminary draft of our legislative program, which we'll be bringing in front of the Assembly, I think, at the next meeting with an AIM. And we'll have a chance to obviously discuss what the legislative priorities are. A lot of it's reflected, of course, in our capital budget. So absent significant changes to the capital budget, that is quite a large part of the legislative priority package. And I anticipate that that will remain fairly intact. So anyway, though, a good meeting with our legislators as well. And that's about it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I make a comment?
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mayor, I was pleased to be present yesterday and heard your presentation, most of your presentation, and I was also very pleased to hear your ideas for Spenarg Road, the temporary striping to try out the 3-lane version. There's been a lot of that discussion in that neighborhood, and others have suggested that, and I really appreciate that you think that's a good thing to do. I'd like to work with you on that and try it out.
Thank you. I'm not sure I've sold that idea yet, but I don't know. It's worth trying, I think.
Well,
so.
Next summer when they finish the hill, perhaps the road can be have a overlay on it like we do on our driveways to make it black again and then stripe it. And Mr. Lamson and I actually had a discussion after that. So let's carry it forward.
Very good. Thank you.
I would like to remind everyone on the Assembly that AML is in town. Tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to draw your particular attention to a session that's being held by Mr. Van Sant, the state assessor, on taxes at 1:30. I think should be very interesting. And then Thursday morning, there's one that talks about priorities in transportation. So I'm planning on attending that. Most of our committees have been held because our committee meetings have been held because of AML. Our next meeting as a body will be on December 1st. Looking at tonight's agenda, there's a few things I wanted to share with you, too. Our mayor is the host for the Mayor's Conference part of the Municipal League and has requested, he's told us that he's going to be gone for a while. He's requested that we hold items 11, D, E, and F, which are the operating budget and the General Government Capital Improvement Program budget, to begin probably a little before 8 when he's back, so he can hear and participate in the discussion. So I'm going to ask for a motion to reorder the agenda if the time, well, hold on that. Thank you for your enthusiasm, but we don't quite have to do it now. Also would like to note that 11J, the fund balance use, there's an A version that we'll be using. Under 13B, remember we bifurcated the discussion of Title 21. And the committee's still working through that last report, but my latest understanding, Mr. Coffey, is that will probably be deferred until December 1st. Is that correct?
The amendments under 7080, yes, I'm assuming will be more focused on the budget than on that tonight.
No, I just wanted to let people know if they were in the audience for that. 13C, that's rezone on Muldoon Road, is probably going to be postponed until January 19th. There's an S version on 13E, the fees for excessive police responses. What else? Oh, the administration is requesting that 14 Delta be continued till December 1st because the school district hasn't had an opportunity to put it on their agenda yet. I think that's it. So we'll go to committee reports. Mr. Klayman, you're in first this time.
It's not formally a committee report, but in my role on the Public Safety Committee, I had a number of conversations. The Players House of Rock, which has been a matter of great concern, I think, for the entire Assembly since they had the After Hours Club. They filed for bankruptcy last week, and they filed for bankruptcy because they didn't have. Basically, they had a purchase agreement from the prior operator for the liquor license, and they haven't been able to make their payments. They were on the verge of foreclosing and would have closed the bar right away. Now they're in bankruptcy, but I think for those of us that have been kind of unhappy with that whole operation going on, where they're running a restaurant after hours, which seems to collect a lot of people in the parking lots drinking and doing drugs and causing a lot of problems for our police officers, and for that local Spenard community. I'm optimistic that this bankruptcy will lead to major changes at the club, and I wanted to announce it because I think the Assembly wants to be very attentive that if there are changes, I think I probably share the view of most of this body that we don't want to let them have that after-hours eating club anymore, and this may be that opportunity.
Interesting. Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Ms. Craig-Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a committee report, but as you all know, last week, Assemblymember Drummond and I attended the National League of Cities Conference, and I am going to not talk too much about all the wonderful workshops we went to. I'm going to allow Ms. Drummond the opportunity to talk about that, but I just want to say one thing. It's a really wonderful organization, and I feel so good when I'm there because I'm there with mayors and council folks from all over the country, and the one thing that I always realize when I think that we're unique with certain circumstances and situations, I get a really rude awakening that it's the same everywhere throughout this country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn? Ms. Johnston?
Yes, as the Chair said, the Finance Committee meeting has been canceled this week because of the Municipal League, and our next meeting will be December 17th. Thank you.
Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Ms. Gray-Jackson was saying, I did attend National League of Cities. Among the things that I did, I'm just going to point out three major items. I toured the Haven for Hope Transformational Campus for the Homeless. It's a 22-acre innovative public-private partnership that provides services to San Antonio's homeless, and there are way more of them in San Antonio than there are here, mostly because of the weather. In a one-stop setting geared to combat the root causes of homelessness. They require residents, which they actually call members, guests, or prospects, depending on where they are on the scale of homelessness, to work a 40-hour week and to pay rent. Over 75 nonprofits are teaming with the city of San Antonio to make this work. They separate the panhandlers from the truly homeless, and they provide consequences for bad decisions. It's an absolutely fascinating process, and I will have a report to pass around when I get my notes written up. The Western Municipal Association, of which Alaska is a member, and which I believe it's the former executive director of AML, Kevin Ritchie, is the director of the Western Municipal Conference. What's his position?
Through the chair, he's a member. He organized it. Thank you.
Okay, good. We heard a great presentation on city fiscal conditions throughout the country and the West by the author of this research brief that I'm passing out. I heard how 3 different cities are weathering the fiscal crisis, including deferred pay increases, just like we did, replacing fleet with new, more efficient vehicles, plus delaying repair and replacement of internal equipment by at least 1 year. One city converted their variable health costs into fixed costs by setting up a health clinic with a doctor and 2 nurses, providing basic exams, vaccines, and so on to their employees, to the municipal employees. They saved about 20% of the city's health costs by directly serving employees and dependents and turning their fixed costs, their variable costs for well baby clinics and that sort of thing into fixed costs. It was fascinating to hear about. Thank you.
Mr. Birch?
No report.
Ms. Gutierrez?
No report, Madam Chair.
Mr. Starr?
No report.
Dr. Selcraig?
The Community and Economic Development Committee won't be meeting this week also because we've got AML, and we'll be reconvening probably early in December because we've got some things to schedule, but I think it'll be the first Wednesday in September.
Mr. Coffey?
Title 21 Committee is not meeting this Thursday nor the next. Our next meeting is the following Thursday, which is the 3rd of December. We are finishing up Section 090, which is the parking provisions of Title 21, Chapter 7. And then the following week, we will begin with commercial design standards. Hopefully, we'll make some progress through that, and then we will present them to the Assembly for introduction in mid-December for discussion probably in January. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I neglected to tell you about one of the most interesting things that happened at NLC was Miss Gray Jackson received a diamond-level award for leadership. She's been attending NLC for about 10 years, and she has been taking classes in leadership, and she finally achieved diamond. And very few people have done this, and there was a great luncheon, and they got certificates and all that stuff. So congratulations, Miss Gray Jackson.
Congratulations. All right. There's an addendum.
Move to incorporate the addendum into the agenda.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there objection? All right. I'm going to read the items on the addendum. So 9 Bravo 5, there's a resolution designated January 18, 2010 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service. 9 Bravo 6 is a resolution 284 appropriating a grant in the amount of $80,000 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation for a traffic safety resource prosecutor. 9 Bravo 7, it's a resolution 285. This is a resolution appropriating $76,446 as an appropriation from the general fund to the Heritage Land Bank Real Estate Division's 2009 operating budget fund for lease payments for municipal leased building space in the HLB and Real Estate Services Division. 9 Bravo 8 is a resolution 286. This is a resolution approving a sanitary sewer main extension identified as Pump Station 53 and providing for assessment of benefited properties at time of service. Under new business, 9 Delta 26, there's AM 668. This is a change order number 1 to a purchase order number 290983 with Janssen Contracting Incorporated for Ben Boki roof replacement and seismic upgrades for the municipality of Anchorage for $259,323. Under information reports, item E4, there's an informational memorandum 115, which is a change of scope of work for a gas-fed value-added technical conference. For introduction, 9F12 is AO136. This is an ordinance authorizing and providing for the borrowing from the State of Alaska Drinking Water Fund an aggregate amount not to exceed $15,548,000 for the purpose of financing various AWWU water capital improvement projects. It's got a public hearing of December 1st. 9F13 would be AO137. This is an ordinance authorizing and providing for the borrowing from the State of Alaska Clean Water Fund an aggregate amount not to exceed $6,206,400 for the purpose of financing various AWU wastewater capital improvement projects. This has got a public hearing of December 1st. F14 AO138, this is an ordinance authorizing acquisition of real property by the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility for approximately 2-acre portion of Lot 1A, Block 1, Kinnick Heights Subdivision, West Addition, at a fair market value not to exceed $216,000 from Chugach Electric Association for a public water reservoir. This also has a public hearing on December 1st. 9F15 is, for introduction, Resolution 287. This is a resolution approving a Girdwood Water Improvement Phase 2B transmission main and providing for the assessment of benefit of properties at the time of service connection. This public hearing is December 15th. Is there anything else that was laid on the table at this time? All right. And the consent agenda. Excuse me? I kind of asked that already. No? All right. I'm sorry. Is there any objection to including that addendum on the agenda? Seeing none, that is incorporated. Motion for the consent agenda would be appreciated.
Move to approve.
All right. At this point, Mr. Coffey, I'll go start at your end. And
Nothing to pull.
Dr. Selkirk?
D6?
Delta 6?
Yes. 9 Delta 6.
All right. Mr. Starr?
No items.
Mr. Gutierrez?
No items, Madam Chair.
Mr. Birch?
No items.
Mr. Drummond?
Item 9A and
9A1?
9A. I'm sorry, 9A1.
All right.
9F3
And 9F3.
for setting a public hearing date.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it.
All right. Ms. Johnston? Mr. Flynn? Mr. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 9, Delta 21.
9 Delta 21. Anything else, Ms. Gray Jackson?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Klayman?
Item 9, Bravo 5 from the addendum.
9 Bravo 5 on the addendum. Anything else, Mr. Klayman?
No.
All right. I'm going to go through those to make sure we all have them. On the regular agenda, 9 Alpha 1, 9 Delta 6, 9 Delta 21, 9 Foxtrot 3, and then on the addendum, 9 Bravo 5. Did I miss anything? Okay. Is there objection to approving the rest of the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, then, the rest of the consent agenda is approved.
The appointees.
Yeah.
There's a ton of them.
We appointed a number of people to boards and commissions in that last few minutes. I'd like to ask, if you wouldn't mind, to please come forward and introduce yourself and then tell us what board or commission you're willing to serve on. Basically, we'd like to thank you. So if you were just appointed to a board or commission, and there's a whole list of folks, if you come down to the microphone, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I'd point out that we withdrew one of the items, but I would suggest that the people that are appointed, you want them to come down as well?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so. Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, Rick Davidge, reappointed to the Military Veterans Affairs Commission. And I'd like to take a moment to thank Matt Clayman for playing taps on Veterans Day at the concert. We lost our bugle player at the last minute, and Matt stepped up and canceled the family thing and stepped in and did that. So we're delighted to have. I also serve on the Mayor's Task Force on Homelessness, focusing specifically on Indian homelessness for Alaska's veterans.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Actually, Madam Chair, if I could just
Go ahead, Mr. Clark.
I just want to thank one of the things you learn as a public official is you learn there's a lot of things going on in the community that you wouldn't know about if you didn't get asked to participate in. And Mr. Dowdge was really the lead in a whole thing on Veterans Day at the Performing Arts Center that hosts all active duty military, and I think veterans are admitted for free and the rest of the public gets to pay. And it's a really great program. They had a country western singer from Houston whose name I've already forgotten, but he did a great show and the people really enjoyed it, and I was really honored to participate, but I think the real credit goes to Mr. Davidge and his committee for putting together programs like that.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Madam Chairman, the rest of the Assembly, my name is Jonathan Dyson. I was appointed for the Parks and Rec Commission.
Very good. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman and the Assembly, I'm Jan Knudsen. I'm the Legacy Director for the Anchorage Senior Center Endowment Fund, and I've been reappointed for a second term with the Senior Citizens Commission, and it is just a fantastic, active, very, very knowledgeable commission. It's a pleasure to serve on it.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Darrell Lewis, and I was appointed to the Historic Preservation Commission.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
I'm Father Norman Elliott, Commission Appointment, Housing and Neighborhood Development on Sister Cities. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your service, sir.
Tom Burgess, and I've been appointed to the Board for Integrity.
Board
Madam
for
Chair,
Integrity.
This is one of the
Pardon
ones
me.
that was pulled.
Ethics.
Oh, Board for Ethics. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
He hasn't been.
Madam Chairman, rest of the Assembly, my name is Keith Silver, and I've been nominated to the Board of Ethics. We'll wait your vote.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chairman, I'm Wilbur O'Brien, and I've been asked by Mayor Sullivan to serve on the Port Commission, and if approved, accept the job.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Di Hibner, and I've been appointed to the HLB Commission representing Goodwood.
Very good.
I'm Jerry Strang, been reappointed to the Cemetery Commission.
Thank you for your service.
Good evening, Mike Nolan. I've been appointed to the Public Safety Committee.
Very good. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Reinhardt. I'm a recent appointment to the Transit Advisory Board.
Very good. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Assembly. Karen Casanovas, and I've been appointed to the Senior Citizens Advisory Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Well, thank you for being willing to do it.
Madam Chair and Assembly, I'm Charlene Howe, a lifelong Alaskan, and I'm proud to be joining the Sister Cities Commission.
Very good.
Good evening, I'm Joey Lynn Caterniccio, and I've been appointed to the Parks and Rec Commission. Thanks.
Thank you for doing that.
Good evening. I'm Eva Loken. I'm appointed to the Heritage Land Bank Commission, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Assembly, Mayor, Anchorage Port Commission, Brad Kroon.
Very good. Thank you.
Madam Chair and Assembly, Kevin Barry, Military Veterans Affairs Commission.
Very good. Thank you for your service.
Good evening. My name is Liz Vasquez, and I've been appointed to the School Budget Advisory Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor. Everybody forgets to acknowledge you exist over there.
I think we all know he exists.
Thank you for the appointment.
Thank you.
I'm ready for the last speaker's name.
Ron Jordan for Advisory to Public Facilities.
Thank you. The previous one was Mr. O'Day.
Madam Chair, Assembly, I've been
asked to become on board for the Arts Advisory. I have a cold, so pardon me, I can't remember much. I'm 50 years in Alaska. My mother's Kay Linton, and I want to say thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Larry Baker, who suggested this, and Yolanda Clary, and to Jay Jackson.
Thank you. I want to say, the Assembly wants to say a very special thank you to citizens who step up and are willing to serve on our boards and commissions. The way our local government works, we depend so much on the boards and commissions for so much work. You're really, it's sometimes, I think, you're silent to so many people in the community, but your work is greatly, greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Madam Chair. Yes, thank you. And I would like to echo that sentiment and also make our commitment to the Assembly that we're going to try and do a better job of keeping attendance records, because I know that was requested that, especially with reappointments, were they active, and or in some committees they just need to do a better job keeping attendance. So we'll do that.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Drummond?
Thanks to everybody.
Yeah, just a comment. I'd like to warn all the appointees that Madam Chair is taking attendance. And and she's the one who requested that so that we knew that those who had already served have been showing up. And I'm pleased to report that I took a look at that attendance report. And thank you for your service. I know it's a ton of work.
Thank you. Again, much appreciation. All right. The first item before us, Ms. Drummond?
Move to approve item 9A1.
Second.
And I want to apologize. I'm assuming that everybody would want to co-sponsor this. I didn't ask, though. Is that?
Madam Chair, thank you very much for assuming.
I'm sorry. I just thought I'd double-check, and again, my apologies.
Okay, put us
All right. Is there objection to approval of this item?
No.
All right. Is there a representative from Campfire here?
Right. Come on up.
If you could come up the front.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Campfire USA Alaska Council for its achievement in being selected a 2009 Families Count Family Strengthening Award winner. Whereas Campfire USA Alaska Council joins Campfire USA, the national organization, in celebrating its centennial anniversary, and whereas the Campfire USA Alaska Council serves over 5,000 youth each year through its community centers in low-income neighborhoods, its summer day camps, residential camps, and the Rural Alaska program. And whereas for over 8 years, Campfire USA and the Annie E. Casey Foundation have partnered to support and expand family strengthening activities and practices among Campfire local councils by rewarding and recognizing exemplary efforts. And whereas family strengthening is defined as a deliberate process of giving the support unit for a child or children the necessary opportunities, relationships, networks, and assistance to raise their children successfully. And whereas Campfire USA conducted a nationwide competition amongst all chartered affiliates and selected Campfire USA Alaska Council as one of only 3 councils nationwide for recognition and award for family strengthening activities, and whereas Campfire USA's highlights of the Campfire USA Alaska Council's work leading to receipt of this year's award include: Campfire USA Alaska Council is the state's largest provider of school-age child care, serving over 1,200 participants in its school-age child care program each day. The partnership between Campfire USA Alaska Council and the Anchorage School District's Homeless Family Support Program provides immediate care for children whose families may be homeless or in crisis, thereby often ensuring that the children continue to attend school while living in a shelter. Implementation of inclusive quality programs for youth that are accessible and affordable for working parents. The dedication of a full-time staff person, a family services program manager, who engages and supports families by investing significant time and resources advocating for services that support families throughout the state. Adoption of a 5-year strategic and annual operating plan, which includes goals to support family strengthening. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Campfire USA Alaska Council for achieving national recognition from Campfire USA and the Annie E. Casey Foundation for its family strengthening activities and practices.
My name is Sarah Pate. I'm president of the board of directors of Campfire USA, and
I'm honored to accept this recognition on behalf of the board, the council, the staff, and the many families we support. Thank you to the Assembly and to the mayoral staff.
Thank you.
Just a second. Dr. Selkirk?
I just wanted to say, I got to hand that to you, but I wanted to say thank you. And I know in these times where things are kind of complex in terms of resources, things are probably tight for you. And I just was curious, how many more people are you seeing this year as compared to last year that need financial assistance?
I believe we've had an increase of about 30%. In the families that are receiving financial assistance and in need of financial assistance to be able to attend the programs where we have fees.
And how are you meeting that?
We're really stretched quite thin. So we just this morning had our fund development breakfast. We are seeking as many resources as possible to be able to stretch, and we're taking some staff cuts and looking at reductions in workforce and to be able to serve as many families as we can.
Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I'm really sorry I wasn't able to make the breakfast this morning because I was tied up with AML. But if you're around when we have a break, I'd really like to write a check. And I want to thank you for everything you do for the children in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next item before us, Mr. Klayman.
Oh, sorry, move to approve. I can't second.
I know, I'm waiting.
Second.
All right, thank you. Mr. Klayman, do you want to discuss this? Or
I just want to touch. I know there are people from the Alaska Bar Association who have been very involved with this particular resolution. I know the typical practice, at least in past years, for Martin Luther King Day to encourage it as a day of service.
Mr. Klayman, we're having trouble picking you up on the feed. I apologize. Can you pull that mic closer?
Sure. Is that better?
Thank you.
The typical pattern on Martin Luther King Day of service has been that we pass a resolution at the meeting immediately before the Martin Luther King holiday in January. And members of the Bar Association approached me because they're really trying to increase the community awareness for Martin Luther King Day as a day of service and ask all folks not just to take the day off from work, but actually take the day off from their usual job and volunteer somewhere in the community. And so they asked to put this on earlier in our assembly agenda so they could use it to try to encourage more community participation in the process. I know there's some people here from the Bar Association. I'm not sure if they wanted to say anything to the Assembly, but if you wanted to say a couple of things, that now would be the opportunity to come down and be heard. I'm not sure if we need to read through the resolution or not, Madam Chair. I'm not sure that's required.
Well, Mr. Klayman, it's up to you, sir.
I'm happy to pass on reading the resolution, but would invite comments from the Bar Association about day of service and why this is important to get started early.
Okay. If you could start with your name, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Sydney Billingsley. I'm the president of the Alaska Bar Association. To my left is Kristen Scully. She is our pro bono director. To my right is an attorney, Russ Winter, whose idea it was to bring the Martin Luther King Day of Service to Alaska and encourage lawyers to participate. Thank you, Mr. Klayman, for introducing this. This is going to be held in partnership with the Alaska court system and with the City of Anchorage through the Mayor's office and the Assembly with this resolution that I hope you pass. It's going to be on Martin Luther King Day, which is January 18th of 2010, at the Mountain View Community Center. Volunteer attorneys, probably about 100 volunteer attorneys, will be assisting low-income community members at the Mountain View Community Center in 3 areas of law: domestic relations, landlord-tenant, and public benefits. There will be a lunch program where guest speakers will attend. We've invited several luminaries, including the mayor, to come and speak. There will be we will be open and available for consultations from 9 to noon and from 1 to 4. We expect to serve over 1,000 people in the community with free legal advice. And we also encourage, as a bar association, which Alaska Bar Association is a mandatory bar. Anyone who's practicing law in Alaska needs to be a member of the Alaska Bar. And we encourage all members of the Alaska Bar Association to give a day of service, even though they are not experts in those particular areas. That's our intent. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Mr. Klayman? Anything else?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, that's unanimously approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item before us would be, I believe, 9 Delta 6. Dr. Selkrig?
Move to approve.
Second.
I pulled this because it just, actually I think Mr. Thomas is a good citizen to volunteer to be, Thomas Burgess is a good person to volunteer to be on this, but I was kind of confused, I guess, about the thinking of removing Candace Jones, Connie Jones, who was a 20-year employee for the municipality and went on to be an Episcopal priest, and I know she's valued her work on the Ethics Commission. And so I guess I just didn't quite understand the rationale for having somebody who actually is trained in ethical issues. I think her time at the seminary gave her good skills on this board. Was there any particular reason that the administration was not choosing to extend her?
Oh, Madam Chair, I think it's understood that the administration doesn't have to explain why they make appointments. It's our decision to appoint people that we think are qualified for boards, and change in boards is sometimes a good thing, but that's not subject to question and answer.
Well, it is in the sense that I have posed the question. You can choose not to answer. Thank you.
That was my answer.
Is there any further discussion on this matter? Is there any objection?
Yes.
Object.
All right. We'll put that on the board then.
Madam Chair.
There's 2 appointed. Which one are you objecting to?
Madam Chair, I actually would move to bifurcate.
Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, I already started the voting, but procedurally then, I guess, Madam Clerk, you're going to advise me here?
Well, you're voting on both of them now.
I think since we started voting, we should vote on both of them, and then you can move to reconsider, and we can deal with it separately, but the votes have already been cast. So
I haven't voted, and I think if everyone withdraws the vote, then we can withdraw. We can move backwards.
I'm withdrawing my vote.
Barbara?
I think once the voting started, it's.
What do we want to do? What's the most efficient?
My understanding of parliamentary procedure is once a vote is started, I can't basically stop it. So I would urge you to vote one way or the other, if you.
Madam Chair, point of order.
State your point.
If you would allow the folks the courtesy of explaining their vote once it's done, then they could indicate that their no vote, if that's what it is, was for one of the 2 individuals for the reasons stated, and that will get us past this on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I would appreciate that. I think that's good advice. All right. I'm going to close voting now. Not everybody has voted.
Mr. Flynn?
All right. That appears to have been approved. Because there was some uncertainty, though, I'm going to allow any further discussion, even though we've already approved this. If anybody has any comments they'd like to make. Mr. Flynn?
I just note that in the informational packet, there's a memorandum from Chair of the Ethics and Elections Committee indicating that he did, in fact, review the applications and recommended the 2 candidates who were ultimately nominated as a member of the Ethics and Elections Committee. It would have been nice to perhaps hold a meeting on that subject. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Starr?
No comment.
All right. Moving on.
Madam Chair. I'm going to move to reconsider our previous vote so we can return to the bifurcation question.
Oh, sure.
Second.
All right, move to reconsider is before us. Is there any discussion? All right. Please vote on the on reconsidering. I can't do it on the board.
No, you can.
All right, if you want to reconsider.
Ms. Osiander?
1, 2, 3, 4. The vote to reconsider failed. So we are moving on. At this point, I think that we are at 9 Delta 21. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, the two gentlemen who just were appointed, Mr. Silver and Mr. Burgess, I want to thank them for offering to serve on the Board of Ethics, both very highly qualified people. Thank you.
Thank you, and they both introduced themselves earlier, so thank you for that. Thank you for your service. All right, Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to confirm.
Second.
Any discussion?
Oh, yes, I'd like to ask Ms. Stewart to come up to the podium. Hi, Ms. Stewart. Welcome to the chambers, and congratulations on your appointment, and welcome to the municipality.
Thank you.
This personally for me, and probably for the rest of us, is a very important position, in particular in terms of the growing diversity in this community. So I'm glad that this position has been filled, and I was wondering if you have any goals set for 2010 as of yet.
Yes, we have. I've been, first of all, Madam Chair, and to your colleagues and to Mayor Sullivan for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I'm glad my family is here as well, sharing this. But, you know, for the last week, I've been meeting with community leaders in reference to diversity, trying to see whether there's overlapping in what is being done in the community and what the OEO office is currently doing. Because one of my goals is to look at the core mission of OEO, but at the same time try to make sure that we represent the community when we deal with diversity. And so I've been on the phone talking with the president of Anchorage Bridge Builders. I was the first director. So that board is made up of citizens who truly are leaders in their community. So, and I won't go into details because I have not submitted a proposal to the mayor on what those changes would be, but we're excited about it, and I'm very pleased to be appointed to this position.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. I'm pleased to hear that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, wait, there's more questions or comments. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over here. I understand. We haven't had a chance to meet and talk, and I appreciate your willingness to serve, and anybody who is willing to serve the municipality. Can you tell me what experience you have in resolving disputes related to discrimination?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I served several years on the board of the NAACP, and then also I am the president of the Alaska Black Chamber of Commerce. Then also I worked under Governor Knowles, a Democratic governor, and deal with constituent relations issues, as well as Governor Frank Murkowski. And I was the first executive director of Anchorage Bridge Builders, where we had to develop a program that dealt with racism. So, and I don't take any of that lightly. I think that's the reason why I'm here today standing before you, because of that experience I have had.
I appreciate hearing that. The only other question that I wanted to ask, Madam Chair, is then with that experience, what, in your opinion, or is there a threshold for determining if a situation actually is based on discrimination, is discriminatory? How would you judge if somebody came to you and said, hey, I have this problem?
Well, we have an intake process. We have a form that they sit down and complete, and we meet with both parties. And after meeting with both parties, and then we make a recommendation from there.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Selkirk.
Hi, I'm over here.
Hi, how are you?
Over the years, there's been different philosophies in the position you're moving into, and some of them have been very grassroots, responding to people's concerns about discriminatory behaviors, and others have been kind of seeing the organization as a community liaison to celebrate diversity. And I guess when you think about this job, when you're talking about revisiting the mission, you mentioned that you're just at this front end deciding kind of how to shape this organization. I mean, I think one of the missions that's in place for your role is providing people a way to get justice in situations where they've been discriminated against. And do you see that as a central piece of the work you're going to be doing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last part of that?
Well, I'm just wondering, are you going to be addressing cases of discrimination? Are you going to be working on those issues?
Well, yeah, of course, it's a part of our core mission, but then also I met with the Equal Rights Commission, Barbara Jones, because I found out that, there's areas where we do overlap.
Right.
And so in order to make sure that the citizen of Alaska is being represented to the best of our ability and not confused about what OEO does and what the Equal Rights does, we're clearly going to define that, and we have already started the process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service. Let's see, is there objection to this appointment? Seeing no objection, unanimously approved. The next item before us, Ms. Drummond, that was 9F3 for introduction.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Move to introduce.
Move to introduce.
Okay. I heard a first and a second.
Oh, we need a third. Okay, this isn't anything controversial, folks. It's just to set the public hearing date.
We got it. We got it. All right. That matter is before us. And you wanted to make the motion for the public hearing date?
Move to set the public hearing on the 16th of February.
Thank you.
February what?
16th.
Is there objection to that? Hearing seeing no objection, the public hearing date is set for February 16th. Thank you very much. All right. Oh, my goodness. That concludes the consent agenda. Moving then, let's see, too early for the appointment. Moving to old business. The first item before us is 11A.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that matter, Mr. Vakelos is appointed unanimously. The next item before us would be 11B.
Move to approve.
Second. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, Mr. Ecker is appointed unanimously. The next item before us is 11C.
Move to approve.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, Mr. Fink is appointed unanimously. At this point, I would appreciate a motion to move items D, E, and F to a time certain of 8 p.m.
Second.
Is there objection to that?
Could you restate D, E, and F?
D, E, and F, yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there objection to that? Hearing and seeing no objection, items D, E, and F are moved to 8 p.m. All right. The next item before us is 11G.
Move to approve.
All right. This is the item on the municipal utilities and enterprise activities. And I am going to actually need a little bit of assistance. I'm looking over at Ms. Frasca. Ms. Frasca, when we get to those budget items, the amendments that you presented, can you signal me to make sure I don't forget anything?
Yes, Madam Chair. In fact, we have 3 to this.
I thought you did.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Drummond, would you mind, these first three all need to be, first we need a
We need to-
motion there is a motion to approve on the floor, so.
Okay. So these are amendments, so move to amend. First amendment is out of Fund 560, Department Solid Waste Refuse, is to add utility revenue distribution in the amount of $159,000, $159,305 in the direct cost revisions column. And the reason for this is it was omitted from the proposed utility operating budget.
Second.
Just a moment, I need some clarification. Is that in AR 243, Ms. Frasca, or shouldn't it be an H in 118?
Yes, 118.
Madam Chair, you're correct. I apologize.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
Pardon me.
Well, together we'll figure this out. All right. Now, my understanding, I guess I want to confirm with you, does the administration have any amendments that they're requesting on the utility budgets? On 243 specifically?
No, we do not.
All right. Are there any amendments from members of the body on 243? All right. We need about a 3 or 4 minute at ease, it appears.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I can't hear you down here when
I'm sorry. I said we need about maybe a 4 minute at ease
request.
for Dr. Selkrig.
Well, not even, I just have a question. I can ask it right now. Thank you. I just
Go
have
ahead,
to the
Dr.
administration.
Selkrig.
I was provided with a worksheet at the Friday work session regarding my question about AEDC. And is it my understanding that there is or there isn't money in the utility budgets for AEDC? I just need some clarification. Is that in there?
We received a worksheet, and I actually have a copy somewhere in this pile of paper, but do you have it handy, Ms. Fresca?
I didn't bring it with me.
I have it. There's $71,000 in ML&P, $50,000 in SWS, and $41,000 in the port.
Correct.
And that is in the proposed budget right now?
If you're looking at the column that says FY10.
Yes, I am.
Then that is correct.
And was there an openness or a willingness on the part of the administration to include this money in the grant money and then have Anchorage Economic Development Corporation apply through that process?
Through the chair, Dr. Selkrig, so you're suggesting that instead of having this dollar amount specified for AEDC,
correct,
you want to have the port, for example, open up its contribution, establish a contribution process,
correct,
by which nonprofits would apply. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I mean, the thing is we're looking at $233,000 here. We have a whole series of community needs that are out there that are actually nonprofits. And I know this is a private corporation, so it's not a nonprofit. So I'm wondering why, there seemed to be some discussion that there ought to be some fairness about this, and I'm wondering how the administration would feel about adding the $233,000 to the process where we're going to have nonprofits apply.
Well, we couldn't do that because the two utilities, of course, or at least ML&P and AWW are governed by board of directors.
Yes, I understand that.
We can't just take their money and put it into a different pot of money. We could, certainly with the $71,000 that's coming from general government, we look at this a little bit different than from a social service grant, though. What we're looking at as a process is the nonprofit, arts, social services grants going through a bit more of a formal process so we know who they are, what they do. We receive an annual report from AEDC as one of our sister agencies, so we know exactly what they do, what their performance is, what their budget is. We already have all that information, so we feel confident going forward with a grant to them because, quite frankly, they are required by law to report to us on an annual basis while these other agencies are not. So that's why there's a difference between a process for one and again, a sister agency that has a relationship already with the city on a regular basis.
Well, I'm not sure that that's a an appropriate way to describe this. We have social service agencies that have had long-standing relationships with the municipality, have provided us equal information. And actually, I've seen the Anchorage Economic Development report to us. It's a very glossy report, no details in terms of its budget, and there's actually no clarification for how the money's spent. It is a private corporation. It's not a public corporation. It, in this last year, it advocated not only for Anchorage, but for programs that serve the Mat-Su. So I am interested in removing, or at least not approving this budget, the proposed budgets with these items in it.
Mr. Coffey?
Well, I think the mayor answered the question. The time to address the 71 would be inside the city budget, not the utilities budgets, and because the 71 comes from us, and I guess what you're saying is you don't want to approve the utility budgets that appropriate for them as well, because you don't like the funds that their boards have said will be contributed to AEDC?
Right. I think that there's $71,000 coming from ML&P. There's $50,000 coming from SWS, and there's $41,000.
It's 50, but
I'm sorry, 50 and $41,000, and it seems to me it would be better for the community to advise those boards to reallocate those resources to a process where we're asking other agencies to come to in terms of advocating for their needs. So I would like to delete those items from their budget and recommend that they reallocate them to a process that makes those funds available to a broad number of applicants.
Madam Chair, since I had the floor and had my question answered, I have one other. No, that's okay. I appreciate your answering my question. Now I understand. Well, then what we would do, we would look at ML&P inside of the book. I'm sorry, I'm just leaning back. We'd look at like on ML&P page 9 and make an adjustment, and then go to or AWU on page whatever, and so on down the line is how we would.
Actually, sir, that's what I was going to recommend. Dr. Selkirk, we need a specific amendment in order to act. I'm not able to really process a general statement, but we need. So if you want a little more time, we can.
Thank you. I'll take the time.
All right.
And Madam Chair, point of order.
State your point.
Yeah,
sir.
I believe we're on their capital budget with the AO that we're speaking to directly here, not their operating budget. So it wouldn't be appropriate to do it in their capital budget.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You look at.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You are correct. All right. With that,
we look at it at H.
Ms. Drummond, you're next.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I'll reserve my comment for when we come back to it after Dr. Selkirk has an opportunity.
I'm fine to deal with it in H. Thank you.
Okay.
We're not to that. That's fine.
Okay. I think, it's H that you want.
Right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. All right. Is there anything else that anyone would like to discuss relating to item G, which is 243? All right. Is there objection to approval of 243? Seeing no objection, hearing no objection, those budgets are approved unanimously. Thank you. All right. Now we're moving towards the operating budgets for the utilities, and a motion would be in order.
Madam Chair.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Just a minute, Mr. Clayman.
Actually, I think some of the questions that Dr. Selkirk has raised would merit changing the order of the day and taking this up after 8 o'clock with the other operating budget items, and so I would move to change the order of the day to add this with the other ones that we're pushing back until after 8 o'clock, so we can.
And was there a second for that?
Second.
All right. Is there objection to doing that? Thank you. Seeing no objection, then we're going to postpone the H item, which is AO 118, to be combined with the other budgets after 8 p.m. All right. That moves us on then to 11I, which is the Anchorage Community Development Authority budget.
Move to approve.
Is there discussion on this budget? Is there objection to this budget? Dr. Selkirk, go ahead.
I'd like to just postpone this for a few minutes in relation to what we're working on.
So Dr. Selkirk, is that a motion to postpone it, to combine it with
Yes.
the other hearings?
Thank you.
Okay, I need,
Second.
all right, Dr. Selkirk has moved to postpone 11I to 8 p.m. certain. Is there objection to that? Ms. Johnston? Would you like?
Yep, postponement, I understood the reason, I'm just,
Well, actually, I plan to support this, but I do think that we have redundant activities regarding economic development, both in terms of what we do and in terms of what we support outside the organization or the municipality. So, actually, if it doesn't matter, I'm perfectly happy to vote on this now, and I can speak to it later again. In terms of the other issues, in terms of how this relates to other issues.
All right. There was a motion on the floor that was recognized. So I need to
I'll
ask,
withdraw the motion. May I do that?
Well, I need to ask if there's anybody at all who objects to withdrawing the
Thank you.
motion because it's been recognized as an effective motion. So is there anyone at all who objects to withdrawing that motion? All right, and I'm going to allow her to withdraw that motion, and we're back then to approval of 11I. And is there any discussion on that? All right. Is there any objection to approval? All right. Dr. Selkirk, are you in the queue on this one now?
No.
All right. I don't know. All right. Hearing and seeing no objection then, I'm going to say that we have unanimously approved the Anchorage Community Development Authority budget, which was 11I. All right, we are now to 11J. All right, and the A version? All right. And there was a second? That was from whom? Who seconded? It's nobody. Mr. Flynn did. Thank you. Thank you. All right, that item is before us. Is there a discussion? We did discuss it pretty thoroughly at the work session. Is there objection to accept it? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is accepted. Thank you. All right, we are now at Title 21. And basically, the public hearing on this was closed, and we were in the middle of motions.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Flynn?
in the interest of preserving the sanity of some poor gentleman, Mr. Estabrook, perhaps we could invite him to make his appearance request prior to taking this up?
That's a very good point. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. All right, we do have an appearance request, and I'm going to ask Mr. Anthony Estabrook to come forward before we deal with Title 21. Are you here, sir? Mr. Anthony Estabrook, he requested to speak about pedestrian crosswalk safety. And he appears to not be here. All right. Mr. Estabrook, is that you? Are you here? No. All right. Mr. Coffey, I'm going to look at you here for amendments. Sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
If you recall, we got partway through, and then there were some. Let me ask first, does everyone have a copy of the amendments that were prepared by the Planning Department at the request of the committee? I don't think so. Do you have extra copies, Erica? All right. Should we pass out extra copies of those amendments, or do you all have
Well,
them?
if people didn't bring them, then we sure ought to. It is Assembly
All right.
Committee
I'm gonna-
document
I'm
7.
For the interest of clarity, Erica, if you have copies, could you give them to everybody?
In the interest of saving paper, I'm happy to share with my neighbor.
I think I kept mine. Is it the one dated February, October
I don't know.
23? Or Friday, October 23?
Greg, hand them to me.
Yeah. All right, because Title 21 is fairly confusing to people because it's so large, what we did is we bifurcated the section of Title 21. Part of it, we closed the public hearing. The other part of it, we're going to talk about probably the beginning of December. Basically, the section that we did not finish, that we closed the public hearing on, deals with connectivity, neighborhood protection standards, and landscaping. The section on parking and exterior lighting will be in December, and there will be an opportunity to testify for those, on those sections. This is an extra.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege for a
Take
moment.
your point.
Well, I didn't think we were going to get through all those budgets that
I
quick,
didn't think
so
we were.
I need a little moment to get organized for the amendment
All
process.
right, well, Mr. Starr is ready for his amendment, so I'm going to, while you get organized, recognize him, sir, if you have no objection to that.
It's actually appropriate. I thought we were going by page number as well, so this one's actually next up if we're going by page 33.
And as I recall, we quit just when you were about to make this motion last time. So, Mr. Starr?
Well, for those that are keeping up, it's the September 29th version of the amendments. It's on page 33, which is a line 40, which speaks to applicability of that section. And I'd like to insert after the words development, except Chugiak Eagle River.
Hit your motion, Bill.
Second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Starr, if you could remind everybody specifically what this is about.
Well, this is the sort of the dumpster screening and the applicability of dumpsters in residential as well as the commercial zones. And I'm moving it for a couple different reasons. The two primary are in our business corridor, if you recollect from the body here, we approved an overlay district in our business corridor district. And the overlay concept is going to be new and tried, but it has within it some design standard language that I think will protect our core business district from some of the challenges that this, the Title 21, as it relates to Anchorage, will protect. So I'm comfortable with the overlay district picking up that. And then we also have Chapter 10, which is the separate chapter of the regulations being brought forth by a consortium group of community councils for Chapter 10, which I think can appropriately deal with the residential verbiage that we have some issues with out in our community. So for those reasons, the overlay district and the separate chapter that will be brought forth pretty quick, I'd appreciate the approval of that amendment.
Is there discussion on the amendment? Is there objection to the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is approved unanimously. All right, Mr. Coffey, are you ready?
Ready to rock and roll. You
Go
bet.
for it, sir.
All right.
And I assume we're going to start with you?
Then we're going to start. The documents we need to have are there. The first one is, well, you need to have the September 29th text of the ordinance. Then you need to have the Assembly Committee document 7-2U, dated October 15th, 2009.
I don't have those things.
Yeah, you do.
And
They just handed them out again.
And Mr. Coffey, then you also need the V and the...
Well, I'm going to get there.
Okay, go ahead.
And then you need Assembly Committee document 7-2V as in Victor. And then you need one that, says November 3rd and references Title 21, Chapter 7, Section 2107-080, and so on.
Right, Mr.
And the
Coffey.
last two were just handed out. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Coffey, we have one small problem. Could we have one more copy of U and V up here, please?
I have a U.
Are there any more?
You got
copies?
U and V?
Is there an extra U and V?
I don't have an extra V.
All right.
All right.
Except, okay, Madam Chair, I know, I have it, but Mr. Coffey said that 7-2U is dated October 15th. All the copies that we have in our hands are dated October 27th. I just want to make sure that there is so much paper in front of us. I want to make sure we have the right ones.
All right. Ms. McConnell, it was...
Wait. Let me get the papers organized. I think...
There's two U's.
No. Yeah, let's use the, I'm sorry, I had the one in my book. I'll use the more recent one, the one on October 27th.
Oh, wait, 27th?
October 27th is the correct date for the
Those
U.
of us who were working on the committee got one dated October 15th. I'm not sure I updated it, but,
Eric updated it.
Yeah, the point is the one that says draft is the one, well,
It's different than,
point of privilege for a second. Erica, please.
can we?
If I might just ask Erica this. We've got time. Use the one dated October 27th. The May changes. Okay, staff is telling me use the one dated October 27th, 2008. 72U. Why we have two documents with the same number and a different date is not quite clear to me, but we'll get through this.
All right.
Has everybody got the one October 27th?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Fine.
You want to make
The most difficult amendment is the first one. We're changing a reference on lines, page 22, at the footnote, 7, 8, and 11 in the table,
Is the motion, is there a second?
is to change it in the reference from F5 to E5. Can I have a second?
Somebody?
Second.
Thank you. It's housekeeping, folks.
Discussion? Objection? Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, Amendment 1 is approved.
All right, next page 27. Lines 19 through 34. Move to substitute the amendment number 2 for the language that exists in the existing text between lines 19 and 34.
Could you hold a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Sorry. Discussion?
Madam Chair, just quick note on all of this. We spent a lot of time in committee on all of these things. There are substantial agreement on these. As far as I know, there is no objection to these, but that's why the staff has prepared it for us. So, are we there yet?
No.
Okay, thank you. So, as to that, we're fine.
Ms. McConnell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the only amendment upon which we have a comment, and we would just request a clarifying sentence at the end of item IV, or 4, to clarify that peninsulas and end isles are not counted in the averaging, so it would read, landscaped peninsulas or end islands shall not be included in the calculation of the average width.
So moved.
Second.
And is it in writing?
Yeah, we need it, the clerk needs it in
Okay.
writing.
I'll give this one to the clerk, Madam Chair. And then
Right,
that's the amendment to the amendment.
all right. Is there discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
Okay, Madam Chair, if you could have the clerk read it again, please.
The amendment is to add the words, landscaped peninsulas or end islands shall not be included in the calculation of the average width. And it would be at the end of item IV or 4.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Is there objection? Oh,
Oh.
Mr. Coffey?
You don't need it. Nobody has any questions on why we did it this way.
Apparently not.
Fine, then I'll let her
Is
go.
there objection? Seeing no objection, the amendment to the amendment is approved. We're back to Amendment 2 as amended. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, item 2 amended is approved unanimously. Mr. Coffey.
Madam Chair, look at 7.2V as in Victor, because what the staff has given us would replace what's found on 7.2U.
Are you moving that, sir?
Yes, I'm moving the amendment on 7.2V, which is the revisions from the other amendments, 3, 4, and 5. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Is there discussion?
Yes, hold
Go
on a
ahead,
second,
Ms.
Madam Chair.
Drummond.
The item C, BIC on 72V was added because Mr. Clayman ran into a constituent in Spenard who had alley service, a dumpster served from an alley, and I want us to be careful about this one. There are only about 3% of the city has alleys, and I believe this is one that there was a question from Dr. Selcraig about whether all alley-served dumpsters may be grandfathered in, but allowing new alley service has been challenged.
Well, I think, Madam Chair, may I respond to that question? Yeah. I'm just, she had directed it to me, I just wondered.
Go ahead.
I think Ms. Drummond talked to me about this amendment, and I think my concern was that if everybody on the alley got a dumpster, you would not be able to go down the the alleys. There's not room in those alleys for everybody to have a dumpster. So what I suggested was, if you want to grandfather in those dumpsters, or give them, we talked about in the committee, give them 10 years to replace them, that's fine. But I think you want to be very careful about adding more dumpsters to the alleys. There's problems in those alleys with backing out due to the dumpsters. So, Ms. Drummond, you'll have to sort out how you want to proceed on this. I'm not sure.
There's a number of people in queue, but Ms. Drummond, you still have the floor?
No, go ahead. All
right, Mr. Coffey?
I'm sorry, I thought we were going to have the benefit of a specific amendment for the alleys, and I did not create one, although it certainly was discussed.
Mr. Coffey, I think the references on, didn't you move 7.2V?
Yes, I have it.
All right, and item C there is the alley one? Which one are you on?
I'm sorry, there's no, the very last one?
No, sir, in the middle.
Oh, yes, I see it.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm sorry, I missed it because
Okay.
I had so much,
I'll come
yeah.
back.
So we have it.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, then, excuse me, Madam Chair, I'm not quite on top of it. What is Ms. Drummond's objection, then?
I think, Ms. Drummond, I didn't want to speak for you.
Sorry, it's not my objection. I just was calling Dr. Selcraig's attention to this one because we had a conversation about it. Originally, Mr. Klayman and I asked for this amendment in order to grandfather in alley service. In the process, we amended it so that any single-family, two-family, townhouse, or three-unit multifamily dwellings on lots of less than 40,000 square feet may have a dumpster if the dumpster is serviced from an alley.
Gotcha.
And that means any alley in the city, including the narrow ones downtown. The one that Mr. Klayman started this conversation over was a pretty wide alley in Spenard, judging from the photos that I've seen of it. And that servicing was not an issue.
Okay?
Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, you're next.
So just a point of clarification. What is on 7.2 Victor would replace amendments 3, 4, and 5 on 7.2 uniform?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
All right. Mr. Klayman.
Just a point of clarification. What this amendment does is doesn't guarantee anybody that they get dumpster service. It just means if the provider of dumpster service wants to provide it in an alley, then this allows the people that have a dumpster in an alley not to have to screen the dumpster. The drive behind this wasn't to require the public or the garbage collection services to service an alley. If they think it's too narrow and they don't want to deliver a dumpster, they say, sorry, we're not going to deliver there, and I think that's the end of it. I don't think they're required to provide dumpster service by this. I think the intent behind this was that
It's the alley.
we don't want dumpster. I think part of Title 21 is to have dumpsters out on the street to have screening so that people don't have to look at the dumpsters right on the street. But in an alley, they're in the alley so that kind of takes care of the screening needed. And so this allows dumpsters in alleys to not have screening as long as somebody's willing to service the dumpster.
It allows
That was generally the
It
intent
does more
of the
than that.
committee.
It does more than that.
Right? Mr. Klayman? Mr. Klayman.
That's
Is
Mr.
there
Klayman.
a response, Mr.
Yes.
Connell or Mr. Coffey?
I'm sorry, we've done these amendments a month ago, and so I'm not quite sure. But Mr. Klayman said it doesn't require any of the screening or location requirements. I'm not sure that's accurate. I think that the screening and location requirements that are coming in a later section would still apply. It just gives permission for the single, duplex, and triplexes to have them where they are, because they're otherwise prohibited. Absolutely. I still think they may have to meet those requirements. So,
I'm sorry. Mr. Coffey, would you mind if Ms. McConnell gave a response?
no, of course I wouldn't mind. She knows this stuff better than you and me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Coffey, on page 33, starting on line, I believe it's 41, it says refuse collection receptacles that abut an alley are exempted from the screening standards of this subsection. So Mr. Klayman is correct.
There you go. Thank you. That clarifies it.
All right. Dr. Selkirk, you're next.
I'm not sure I completely agree with the interpretation of this amendment. It says single-family and two-family townhouses or three-unit multi-family dwellings on lots less than 400 square feet may have a dumpster if the dumpster is serviced on an alley. So what we're doing is basically allowing every house that's a single-family residence on an alley to have a dumpster. And we heard from Solid Waste Services about how difficult it is to service the dumpsters in the alleys. The alleys are narrow, and I think in the long run, I happen to have a family member who lives next to a dumpster on an alley, and he can't back out into the alley because of the location of the dumpster pretty often in the winter. I mean, if you begin to pack these alleys with dumpsters, it's not going to be a functional situation. I would not recommend, I wouldn't recommend this amendment. I mean, I certainly, if you've got a sixplex that allows a dumpster, I don't think it has to be screened, but I think you want to be careful about saying single-family, multifamily, or townhouses. I think what you'd really want to say is units or dwellings that are allowed to have dumpsters and reference the location of the part of the code that defines that. Do not have to have them screened on the alleys. Otherwise, I think we're going to get into a lot of very tight alleys.
Right. I'm going to ask the Assembly's indulgence. The gentleman who signed up to speak on persons to be heard is now here. And if there's no objection, I'd like to allow him to speak, even though he came a little later than we anticipated. So we're going to take a kind of a break in the agenda here. Mr. Easterbrook, would you like to come forward and speak to us now?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Ms. Chair, thank you very much for having me here to speak. And on behalf of the physically challenged and senior citizens, pedestrians, unfortunately, September 16th, after all I've been through, I hit by a car, and I'm very blessed to be here. I shouldn't be. I should be dead, or at least paralyzed from the waist down. Got two broken vertebrae in my back and 4 broken ribs, broken teeth in my left leg. But I'm still here breathing, so I'm very blessed and happy about that. And I'm here to speak. I live in the club apartments on Lake Otis. And doggone, I wish people realize people drive way too fast in Anchorage, way too fast. And so they got a bus stop about 100 yards down from the YMCA and south. And unfortunately, there's no crosswalks. Each crosswalk is half a mile from bus stop to on the other side of the street to bus stop to crosswalk. And most people, like senior citizens, can't walk that far. And I know it can get a bridge to go over the highway for people to walk over to the next bus stop across the highway, because most people can't climb stairs. I know you can't dig a tunnel and need Lake Otis to build a tunnel. I didn't expect that. But I was just anticipating, thinking about leaving the arc over the Northern Lights. They have a crosswalk there. You push a button and it stops all traffic. And I really feel that we should have one there, bus stop to bus stop. It's unbelievable how people don't pay attention too much out there driving. And we do, as pedestrians, I try to pay attention as much as possible. And unfortunately, I get hit. And like I said, I should be paralyzed from the waist down, but I'm not, thank God. And that's all I want to say. Just I think there should be something there, lack of lack of responsibility, whatever. But I mean, for safety of the citizens of Anchorage, I just feel it's wrong. 53 people have been hit by cars since the year 2000. Now, I'm not saying 53 people get hit like Otis. I'm not saying that, but it's sad because what does it take, a death to get attention for something to happen? I feel that's wrong. I mean, what's life worth, you know? I'm learning the hard way that, hey, life's too precious and too valuable, and like I said, I just thank God I'm still alive today to talk about this, and gosh dang it.
There are some questions here. Dr. Silverberg?
Yes, please.
Did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, see, gosh dang, right off the top of my head, I'm sorry, it's, I got head injury from a car wreck a long time ago, and I forget a lot of things in hindsight, so.
Well, you've done a good job, I think, testifying to us tonight, and I wanted to say thank you. You didn't have to come down here and speak for not only yourself but other people, and you did, and I want to say I appreciate it. And I think that there is a need for us to continue to work to improve pedestrian facilities. It's not an easy town to be safe in when you're on the streets, particularly in the wintertime. So thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you very much. Yeah, wintertime's the worst, but thank you for giving time, y'all. God bless y'all, and be safe.
You too.
Just a second.
Thank you.
Just a second.
Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Estabrook, thank you very much for coming down. I was involved with getting the traffic light put in at Reeves Court and Lake Otis, which is way down south of Abbott Road near O'Malley, after a little girl got killed there. And it was like moving the Titanic to get that done.
Right.
It did take somebody getting killed to put a light in. Where is the crossing that you think needs to be there? What cross street?
It's 5600 Avenue, Lake Otis, and 5600. Right next door is Part-Time Liquor and Food Mart, right next door. And
okay, I know where that's just north of Dowling, a couple of blocks north of Dowling.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
and there's
ma'am.
big apartment complexes there.
Correct.
Right, and the bus stop is located across from the apartment complexes, but walking all the way down to Dowling to cross is burdensome.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that the Midtown Assembly District? Okay, I think we should ask the administration to take a look at that.
Actually,
Okay.
I was going to ask, so you see the gentleman there who's, Mr. Michaelis he's the guy to tell you who to talk to. So maybe if you can have a conversation, he can direct you to the right department so that they can take a look at that.
So you haven't talked to afterwards or now?
Well,
I'm sorry.
he'll go to the back of the room, and in a few minutes you'll be able to talk to him there.
Well, thank
Ray
you.
Jackson, you had a
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Easterbrook, did I pronounce that? Estabrook. I'm sorry. I'm glad that we recognize that you were here, because you did have till 6:30, so you're right, or you're okay. But anyway, I just want to thank you for coming out and let you know that I'm Melvie Gray Jackson. I'm your Midtown representative, along with Mr. Coffey. And please have a conversation with Mr. Michaelis and let me know how it goes. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right.
Happy New Year, Thanksgiving. God bless. All
Happy
right.
Thanksgiving to you, too.
Peace.
All right. All right, we're going back now to the amendments. And my memory is we were in discussion still on the 7.2V.
Yeah.
And I've lost the queue, so I apologize for
Sheila.
people who were in it.
Madam Chair, Mr. Selcraig.
Yes, I thought she finished. Dr. Selcraig, did you want to say something?
I'm actually, I don't have much to say. I'm not going to argue with this amendment. I probably am not going to vote for it, but I'm not going to argue with it either. It's.
All right.
And Madam Chair, just for everybody's edification, we're on 7.2V, the residential Class A and so
Yes,
forth.
sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Gutierrez, I think you were in queue, weren't
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. I just am curious, Mark Madden's here from Solid Waste Services. Would you like to chime in on this amendment? You've been listening to our discussion. I'd like to hear your opinion on dumpsters in alleyways.
Okay. For the record, I am Mark Madden, the Director of Solid Waste Services. Our department does serve quite a few dumpsters on alleys, particularly in North Mountain View and some areas in Spenard. Some of the alleys are very challenging to get to just because they're narrow. Some of them are very challenging because the dumpsters aren't necessarily on property. They're actually in the alleyways, and that's where the biggest challenges lie. But we do service quite a few dumpsters in the alleys.
So with regard to this amendment, do you have an opinion? Good, bad, indifferent?
Other than, I think that, there are very few single-family residences that have dumpsters, mainly because of the cost. I can go either way on it, to be real honest. I don't think it wouldn't change a lot of what we do. It's just, I don't think there would be a lot of change in our customers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since you're the guy who's going to be responsible for picking them up, if it doesn't bug you, it doesn't bug me.
Only in parts of town.
In some parts of town, absolutely.
All right, Mr. Coffey, you're back in queue here.
Mr. Madden, I had a question. Because it's permitted does not mean it's mandatory. I mean, it doesn't mean that you have to provide a dumpster, right? We would allow it if someone was willing to pay for it.
That is correct, if they want to pay for it, and also if we can actually service it.
Yes.
If it's impossible to service, we will not take that client on.
All right. So the practical questions that Mr. Gutierrez was asking are basically answered in that context.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
As the same, if there is a dumpster, it would have to be on the property of the owner, correct?
Legally, it is supposed to be on the property, yes.
And you would have to be able to service it.
Yes, that's correct.
So this wouldn't be just a given. And I understand that dumpsters sometimes move into right-of-ways, but you would have recourse for that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez. No?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I didn't realize I was back in.
All right. There appears to be no further discussion. At this point, 7.2V is before us. Should I put this on the board? There's some objection I'm anticipating. Is there objection? No? All right. Seeing no objection then, 7.2V passes unanimously. Mr. Coffey.
Madam Chair, on page 2 of 272U, amendment number 6, it's on page 34, lines 15 through 16, and I would move to approve. Madam Chair, I'd like the staff to make the explanation on the amendment and the reserve provision.
Ms. McConnell.
Madam Chair, Mr. Coffey, I believe the committee requested that we clarify that in Class B districts, dumpsters are permitted, specifically adding the language "are permitted," and also requested that at some future time, but of course before the code is adopted, that we work out a system by which if there are certain Class A districts or other types of districts that are mostly surrounded by Class B districts, so small districts surrounded by large lot districts, that there could possibly be some sort of exemption for that type of district. And Madam Chair, please correct me if I'm not describing that accurately.
Well, actually, I wanted to clarify, Mr. Coffey, if I could. It appears that the wording "reserved applicability of predominant zoning provision" is deleted. Was that purposeful?
What?
It's bracketed, so I'm wondering if it's a deletion or an addition.
No.
I'm sorry, I haven't been clear. We generally do the reserved. When we reserve a provision, we capitalize it and bracket it, which is confusing.
I just wanted to underline
I
that.
apologize.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey?
My understanding is when this is approved provisionally, like we've done everything else in 21, it will come in front of us with this reference that we are going to be developing the applicability of predominant zoning provisions to deal with this problem in the Class B situation. And everyone should understand that Class A and Class B is not necessarily location, it is the zoning of the property in question. So even though you may be on the hillside, if you have a certain size lot, you may be classified as Class A versus Class B. And the same in Eagle River. So we tried to find a way to do it, but we didn't have enough time to do this predominant zoning provision, so we're saving that option to be dealt with later while we're getting this other provision inserted now. I would urge approval. Thank you.
Is there objection? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Mr.
Madam
Coffey?
Chair, on number 7, amendment on page 34, lines 22 through 27. Move to approve.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? And seeing none, item 7, Amendment 7 is adopted unanimously.
Thank
Mr.
you, Madam
Coffey.
Chair. Move Amendment 8, page 34, lines 42 through 44.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that amendment is approved unanimously. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move Amendment number 9, page 35, lines 3 through 15.
Second.
Thank you.
Is there discussion?
Yes.
Dr. Selkirk?
I'd like to amend the amendment here on 35, line 3 through 15, correct?
Yes.
On line 3, the first two words of line 3 say site obscuring. I'd like to replace site obscuring with screening.
Second.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak to this?
I'm actually comfortable with this, with actions that we've taken that say you can see this dumpster from different angles of the street. I think we can't expect it to be completely hidden. But if it's not if it's not screened and it's site obscuring, what we actually could end up with are chain link fences around it with those plastic slats. And I'll tell you, in my district, there'll be plastic slats that are broken out and coming apart. And I think actually having wood surroundings or landscape surroundings or something more permanent that you can rely on that's sturdier will be worthwhile.
I just want to restate, basically you want, instead of the word site obscuring, you want the word screened?
Correct, screening.
All right. Screening. Screening.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Screening.
Mr. Coffey?
Madam Chair, just for clarification, and I would ask Ms. Selkirk to comment, it's on the amendment on page 2. The screening would be on the third line of the amendment only.
Correct.
Because the use of the term site obscuring is also elsewhere. Am I correct?
But it's my understanding that I don't mind if the gate is obscuring as long as the frame structure is. Yes.
Right. Here's the issue. It's this. The danger of one of these structures deteriorating through use or, graffiti or things being broken and so on and so forth, it exists no matter what the nature of the structure on three sides is. The way I thought we addressed it and dealt with it is next to the last sentence that requires the enclosure in any gate shall be maintained in working order to function as a site obscuring structure. That means to me if you have a chain link with the slats in them, which is I think the most common type of gate and not uncommon in terms of enclosures, that you have to maintain it as a site obscuring structure. To change it to screening, to me, lacks clarity. I don't know that screening would prohibit chain link and slats, but the idea is we're trying to obscure the site of these things for aesthetic reasons. To limit it to a specific methodology is, to me, inappropriate. I think we cover it by the term site obscuring and the provision that requires that it be maintained in working order to be site obscuring, and I don't want to limit it, so I am opposed to the amendment that Ms. Selkirk has brought forward. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk?
We have distinct definitions for fence site obscuring and fence screening. And fence screening is a fence including any gate constructed of solid materials typically consisted of wood through which no visual images or light sources may be seen. The idea is that it's actually it's a firm screening where obscuring is it's a fence constructed with such as less than 25% of the visual image or light sources may come through the fence. And basically what we're talking about is the difference between a chain link fence with plastic slats in it and a wood surround. And I just think it is really worth doing this. In the end, if you can think about those fences in Anchorage that have those slats in them, usually within a year or two they're out, or within, they slide up, they crack, they break, and wood fences just are a better solution to this. So we'll have to vote and see what we think. Thanks.
Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. One of the things that we've tried to do at the Title 21 committee is trying to measure the costs versus the benefits, and it's often very difficult to get there. My view is that we make progress toward a better-looking city incrementally over time without imposing too substantial burdens on any individual's choice of how they meet the law. This, in my judgment, puts more of a cost and more of a burden into the mixture and doesn't advance the goal to any substantial degree. So I don't see a benefit from it. So again, I'm a no on the amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually saw a very unusual treatment of chain link fences as I was exiting San Antonio the other day, but I don't know if it's available here. And frankly, I'm surprised that we haven't heard from any of the many chain link fence installers that we have in this town on better ways to do chain link. I think no matter which way this goes, I think chain link can be done a lot better than it currently is. And I hope that the chain link manufacturers would step forward and provide us with better ways to use chain link as a screening mechanism, because it is tougher than wood, but those vinyl slats are just horrendous. And I know what you mean, Dr. Selcraig. I have about a 150-foot vinyl chain link, vinyl slat-filled chain link fence that I look at in my neighborhood every day, and it is hideous.
Good to get a compliment. All right. Since there seems to be diverse opinions, I'm going to put this one on the board. This is the amendment to the amendment, the substitution.
Mr. Flynn? Mr. Birch?
Okay. The amendment is approved to change that wording. All right, we're now back to the main amendment. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objection to approval of the amended amendment? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved unanimously. Mr. Coffey?
Madam Chair, move Amendment 10, page 35, lines 31 through 32.
Second.
Is there discussion?
You need to hit it.
Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, Amendment 10 is approved unanimously. Mr. Coffey?
Madam Chair, page 3 of the document, page 36, lines 2 through 9, move Amendment 11.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, Amendment 11 is approved unanimously. Mr. Coffey?
Madam Chair, page 36, lines 10 through 33. It's Amendment number 12. Move Amendment number 12.
Second.
Is there discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that was Mr. Coffey, main mover, Dr. Selcraig, second. Mr. Starr?
Push it.
Can I have some clarification on where this applies? Is it only loading docks and loading zones that abut residential, or now with the changes that use the wording non-industrial zoning district, does it apply to all you're talking about screening requirements in all districts, regardless if they abut residential?
Through the Chair, Mr. Starr, this would apply to all non-residential uses, loading docks or loading areas at all non-residential uses that are visible from a street or a non-industrial zoning district. So visible from a street or a residential, commercial, or PLI type zoning district.
Okay, I'll speak to it if that's okay with the chair in opposition to perhaps kick this back for rethink for a few different reasons. And my experience in the transportation industry of these large walls that you build, and you've moved A, B, and the whole thing here, Dan, have you?
Yeah, all the way to on to page 4, Mr. Starr, at the top there.
Well, the TOFC, or the trailer on flat car business, is how we get our freight in primarily most districts. It's drop trailer arrangements, or some freight companies will perhaps stay with their load as they unload. But when you put an 8-foot fence up there and you're trying to cover up a 20-foot tall trailer, it doesn't work. You end up doing nicely to border the bottom wheels off, but then you highlight the word Safeway or Sealand or something like that. And I think that you also have to understand that trailers now are big. They're 53-footers. And when you're trying to back up a 53-footer in there without hitting this brick wall, which is typically how they're made after a while, they'll put in blocks and they'll try to run a wall out there. You're going to see blight. You're going to see those walls knocked down, backed into, damaged. I rarely see you're going to see a wall standing in a loading dock area. I think it's going to be also lines on a page where they may work, but when you physically try to blindside back a semi into something, you're going to find many areas where you're drawing this line and requirement for screening, and it's going to be physically impossible to access a loading dock. I think you're going to find that they're costly. I think you're going to find that they promote graffiti. What better place than to write your name on a block wall that's 53 feet long, 8 feet tall? I think they're going to be great crime areas because you screen now areas that are typically line of sight available from the dock doors or from an adjacent opening in the building, and now you can't look over the top of the wall. People, it's a great place for them to hang out. I think it's going to impede snow clearing, and I guess, you know, I've been a trooper through all these Title 21 requirements, but when you start hitting industry with impractical solutions to a non-existent problem, I bristle at that. So I'm going to, you know, vote no, but for those reasons also would like the committee to kick it back and rethink it or go ride in a semi-truck. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey.
Madam Chair, the amendment was to existing language, and I think from what Mr. Starr said is that, I don't want to put words in his mouth, that he would vote no on the amendment and then vote to delete the provisions from Section 3 all the way through A, B, C, and on to page 37, because otherwise we're going to have some standard one way or the other. I believe the amendment is an improvement over the language in the original text, but it's still, the problems he addressed still exist in the amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little confused. I think we've got some drafting issues. The language that is capitalized and in brackets, that is deletion from existing code?
Yes. Ms. McConnell?
The original public hearing draft was amended by the Planning and Zoning Commission, or had recommended amendments by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So on your September 29th draft, you'll see yellow and gray. Those are the recommendations of the Planning and Zoning Commission. In the amendment in document 72U, it's been very difficult to clarify, to show you both the staff's original proposal and the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendments in terms of all the changes that are happening to both of those. So in the 72U amendment, everything that is capitalized is proposed for deletion.
So obviously there are some things missing because as this reads, it says stuff that's underlined is addition. So the current code would say this standard, service and public, institutional, commercial, and industrial. We're missing what's actually there right now in code. And it's important because I hear Mr. Starr's argument loud and clear, and I certainly don't want us to put visual impairment in places where people are going to hang out and do bad things. And so I'd like to be able to see what's actually in code now, as Mr. Coffey referenced,
Mr. Gutierrez,
to decide.
I think it might help if maybe somebody could pass the yellow and gray version to him. And just to remind you, we're not amending existing code. We're amending a draft document that may or may not include.
And there is no current screening on the order of magnitude of this. Is that correct, Ms. McConnell?
All right. So there is no current screening, but I'm sorry. Ms. McConnell, go ahead.
I'm checking.
So then that leads me to agree with Mr. Starr that we're asking for problems in certain areas where, we're hiding the light of day. There are areas where people tend to congregate to do illegal things, and opening those up to public view tends to, well, not at least prevent that activity, at least move it somewhere else. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll wait for clarification on that, but that's all I had.
Ms. McConnell, do you want to respond or not? She needs a minute. All right. All right, Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to point out on this, on Amendment 12 that we're considering, if you look in the first paragraph, A, applicability, about 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line down, this is for uses of loading docks that are visible from a street or non-industrial zoning district. This is not being required in every loading dock, particularly if it's in an industrial zone. This is if they're in, Anchorage's mixed zoning districts, if we have an industrial or commercial use adjacent to a residential use. This is the reason for these screenings. It's not being required everywhere. And in addition, the standards under B, the screening shall happen using one of the following methods, not all three, not A and B and C, but any one of those.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Drummond.
You're welcome.
Ms. McConnell, are you ready to respond? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Current code says simply, the traffic engineer shall consider noise, illumination, vibration, and other impacts of proposed off-street loading areas where loading facilities are adjacent to a residential area or an area with a residential zoning classification and may recommend appropriate mitigation measures.
There you go. Madam Chair.
I'm going to allow Mr. Gutierrez to go back to him because it was his question originally, if you don't mind, and then I'll go to you. Mr. Gutierrez?
Yeah, my only response is why is that inadequate? That seems
McConnell?
appropriate to me.
Why did the draft include more than that?
My understanding is that as we were looking to modernize our code, we were adding standards that are consistent across the country, and that screening of loading areas is a relatively common standard around the country.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Right. Mr. Starr.
And I don't mind the noise factor mitigations and some of that. The screening alternatives, as Ms. Drummond recommends, are alternatives. But, if you're going to use bushes, for example, they're 8 feet wide. And just, I look at a business owner, and land's not unlimited when you're talking about that. And to move goods and product into your facility is a challenge in that. Trailers are getting longer all the time. You've got 53-footers now with the requirement to have a span that covers the entire length of the trailer, well past the opening of the loading dock where the forklifts may be coming and going here, and the noise from that is appropriate. I also like the initial approach that was a solution for people that had that residential buffer requirement, and I liked it better when it was specific to just the noise mitigation thing. And in our Walmart in Eagle River, the design plan and the site plan review was modified to encourage alternate placement. You have things that you're never going to control. Refrigerated trailers that sit there and idle all night aren't going to be blocked. You may have a tunnel effect through a long corridor of that where two reefers are sitting outside, refrigerated trailers, I meant to say. They're sitting out there running. You're not going to get this effect of a clean looking facility by this. And I just caution the burden of cost and the impediments to the property owners that need to move goods and services in any district, because that's how it applies. I won't be supportive of it. I think it's burdensome.
All right. I just do want to suggest that potentially there be an alternative amendment made then, because I want to remind the body that it's either approving this amendment or the text at this point. Mr. Coffey.
Madam Chair, one of the issues that we talked about but is not necessarily addressed here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines down on 3A on the amendment, visible from a street or non-industrial zoning district. The problem with that is you could have two businesses that were back to back, and they'd have to screen from each other in a commercial corridor in the back or something that they use. I would suggest that at a minimum we use residential, but as you have asked for another amendment, it might perhaps be better to keep existing code in there, because I think most of the time that we're facing this, we're talking about large big box retail, at least in a substantial number of incidents, and the provisions of the big box ordinance are basically require a site plan approved by, is it the planning, is it UDC? And wouldn't that allow the flexibility for them to deal with it rather than us prescribe what we have here? And I just pose that as a question to the bodies, because if people seem to like the idea, I would move to substitute existing code for this language. And it wouldn't address every situation. It would only be the large retail, but it would, could I ask staff, would that address most of the circumstances where we have these loading zones?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, if you recall a parking table, there are a lot of X's that say a loading berth is required. Yeah. I don't know how many of those will come with loading docks. I think that is a consideration of the property owner, and probably a good many of those will be on large retail.
Then I have another suggestion, Madam Chair. Why don't we're not going to do anything except provisionally adopt this. I would move to table this amendment, and let's do a little more work on it and bring it back with a subsequent amendment.
You want to reserve or table, sir? Table, basically.
Table it for now, and we'll have some more discussion with staff and see if we can bring another one.
All right. Is there objection to tabling this Amendment 12?
That'll let us get to the others, and then we can we'll bring it back, something that seems to address these concerns.
All right. Seeing no objection, that amendment is tabled. Ms. Drummond, you were in queue. Are you still wanting to speak? No, I thought I was. All right. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move Amendment 13 on page 4 of 7-2U. It's on page 37, lines 35 through 38 of the text.
Second.
Is there discussion?
You want to hit your button?
Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, Amendment 13 is approved unanimously.
Madam Chair, move Amendment 14, page 37, lines 42 through 44. Delete section H3C.
Ms. Drummond provided the second. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing none, that amendment is number 14 is approved unanimously.
Turning to page 38 and Amendment 15, I move Amendment 15, which is page 38, lines 1 through 10.
Second.
Is there discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Starr.
I'd like to see myself enforcing this, and I also like to see why we're saying this. And the public has trouble grasping what I'm talking about, but this one is telling you apparently what size fence you can have in your front yard. And I'm really concerned that we're prescriptive in the setback zone, because we're starting to encroach into people's yards and front yards. And it's maybe a setback, and it may be trying to good neighborly relations, but I also look at people that have pets and ability for moose now to scale a 4-foot fence or other obstacles that just kind of practically come to mind. And again, my last amendment, I've tried to be a trooper, let the committee do their work. I haven't been going to the meetings. I'm not on the committee, but this one bristles me again with the prescriptive nature of it and the ability for it to be thought out. And I can't support the prescriptive nature, particularly in the 4-foot height limitations, and then the prescriptive nature as it relates to some of the other verbiage. And it's just one that isn't thought out. And I hate to be offensive in that statement, but it's hard to apply.
Mr. Starr, would it help you to know what the current height limitations are?
To a degree, but if it's higher than 4 feet, which I thought it was.
I don't think this is a big change, but maybe we could check. Mr. McConnell, could you tell us what current restrictions are for fences?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A fence may be constructed at the lot line. Front yard fences in residential zoning districts shall not exceed 4 feet in height, except in R6 and R8 and R9, where they may not exceed 6 feet.
That's current?
That's current.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Mr. Coffey?
No, I just was going to ask Ms. McConnell the same question you just posed.
All right. Dr. Selkirk?
Actually, I'd like to just speak to the issue about how thought out this is. The committee spent a long time talking about this. We talked about it on corners. We talked about it. We drew pictures. We talked about how it's worked already. And actually, it's not a radical change. I think it's really going to work for the community. Having really tall fences on main streets and actually creates a situation where the street isn't as safe. There's lots to support this. It's a standard thing done elsewhere. So I'm going to support it, and I think it's going to work for us.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Starr, do we put this on the board?
Yeah.
All right. Voting on Amendment 15. That amendment is approved 10-1. Moving on to 16.
Madam, you ready?
Move
Go
to
ahead.
approve.
Madam Chair, move Amendment 16, page 38, lines 18 through 20.
Second.
Is there a discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I've voiced my objection to fences made of debris, junk, or waste materials. The current code says they're prohibited. This amendment would allow it. I don't think we ought to be building fences out of this. Good fences make good neighbors, but if it's built out of junk, I don't think that helps anybody. So I'm opposed to the motion, the amendment. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk, would you like to counter, or would I?
No,
Talk about it?
you can counter, because I think I might agree with him. Go ahead.
Mr. Upton?
You go.
Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
We spent time on this one in committee. Basically, we talked about artistic fences, and we talked specifically about a certain employee of the planning department who is planning a fence out of
Freezer doors.
Thank you. Freezer doors. And he's spending quite a bit of money, and it's a very beautiful artistic fence. So the thought was give people flexibility to enable them to do unique things. We appreciate art. So as you see, the committee, I thought the committee was all for this, but apparently not.
We're leaving it up to the director. Okay. Ms. Osiander. Okay. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I read this, it says, unless such materials have been recycled and reprocessed into building materials marketed to the general public and resembling new building materials. So I couldn't just go put up a junk fence.
No, sir.
I would have to recycle it, process it, make something like Trex out of it that looked like it was new, that could be marketed to the public. I'm not just going to throw a freezer door out in my front
And
yard.
it has to be approved by the director.
Thank you, Madam.
No.
But unless it's approved by the director,
Oh,
it
I'm
says.
sorry.
So, Mr. Gutierrez, you could have junk if the director thought your junk was attractive.
So perhaps then we have to rely on the sanity of the director.
That's right. It's putting a great load on the director. Mr. Gutierrez, is that the
That's all, Madam
possibility
Chair.
of your
Thank
comment?
you.
Okay, Mr. Flynn.
I'm not sure that this amendment is drafted quite correctly. I think what you mean to say here, Ms. Osiander, is and approved by the director. Is that not correct?
Subject to the approval.
Or subject, I mean, we're saying unless materials have been approved, recycled, and so on and so forth, and then another clause, unless approved by the director. I think we're saying either it can be recycled by these various standards, or it can be approved by the director. Is that?
Ms. McConnell.
I think he's correct.
Madam Chair, Mr. Flynn, my understanding was that was the intent of the committee, that it could be approved by the director to not be recycled, reprocessed, et cetera, et
They
cetera.
can waive the requirement. Okay.
Mr. Starr.
I tried to find ability for somebody, or not the ability for somebody to paint their fence purple. And I guess, is that where it talks about the predominant color of the adjoining structure, or what actually prevents somebody from painting their fence purple, regardless of how it's made? Is it restricted anywhere else?
No, it's restricted.
There's no
Okay, so they can have any color fence they want, essentially, so it doesn't, there's no fence restrictions as it relates to the design standards on coloring. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk.
You know, we talked about this a lot, and I when I read this tonight, I imagined a neighbor putting up a tire fence, stacks of tires. You know, Alaska has all these tires. If somebody's putting refrigerators along their property line, I can see a stack of tires. And I actually think if I was living next to somebody who built a refrigerator fence, I might not like it. It might not be a fence that I want to see. I wouldn't mind, to the drafters, I wouldn't mind something that says that junk fences or waste materials may be used to create fences subject to the approval of the director. I think that's different than an outright approval. And I think that the director might, in that process, probably consult with a neighbor. So if you want to redraft that in some form, I would support that. But I don't think I could support this. I think that, good fences make good neighbors, and I'm not sure that refrigerators really are good fences.
Mr. Coffey.
In answer to Mr. Starr's concern about the purple fence, I have a short poem. I never saw a purple cow. I hope I never see one. But if I see a purple cow, I'd rather see than be one. That's all I have to add there.
Mr.
Thank
Coffey,
you.
thank you so much for that.
Really relevant.
All right.
Probably.
Amendment 16 is before us. Is there any further discussion? And since there was difference of opinion, I'm going to put it up on the board. Please vote on Amendment 16.
Dr. Selcraig? Mr. Clayman?
Sorry. No.
That amendment passes 9-3. Mr. Coffey, do you want to do the... No, sir, it's not.
Sorry, Madam Chair. The November 3rd piece of paper, is that right, Ms. McConnell?
Yes.
Which one is that?
It's this one.
It's on the table on pages 21 and 22. It has to do with landscaping. Madam Chair, I move the amendment found on the November 3rd, 2009 document prepared by staff. It changes the table on pages 21 and 22 and the landscaping requirements as noted. Thank you.
Ms. Drummond, seconded. All right. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that amendment is accepted.
I think that's it, Madam Chair. Ms. McConnell, are we done? Thank you.
All right. So we'll need now to the main matter as amended is before you. Is there any further discussion, Mr. Coffey?
Madam Chair, we bifurcated, so the motion should be to provisionally approve 2107, 060, 070, and 080 as amended.
Second. I think that amendment, that motion was made initially when we started taking amendments some time back.
No, well,
if you recall, we did some amendments and we stopped.
well, if you read the yellow sheet, maybe, but whatever.
Yeah. All right.
I don't care, just as long as we understand we're not doing 090 and 100.
I think people do understand that.
All right.
All right. Is there objection to approval as amended? Hearing and seeing none, that is accepted, approved provisionally, unanimously. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Phew. All right. At this time, the Assembly is going to take a dinner break, and we will be 20 to 25 minutes.
Okay.
had several requests, and I want to pose a question to the body, that we deal with a few more items before we get to the budget. Specifically, the requests are to finish old business, which I think should go fairly quickly. There are several people who want to speak to us on the excessive police responses, so I think about 2 or 3 people to speak on that. And then 14A, 14E, 14K, L, and N. So I'm asking the body if you would be willing to deal with those before we deal with...
So moved, Madam Chair.
Hit those again.
Right, it would be basically all the items in 13, and then 14A, E, K, L, and N. All right,
Again, so
Mr.
moved.
Gutierrez moved. Was there a second to that? Thank you. Is there objection to doing that? Now, it does put us at some risk of maybe not finishing budget. But I think these items will generally go quickly.
Can you repeat what we're taking first?
All right, once again, the request is to finish the 13s, and then do 14A, E, K, L, and N. And
N as in Nancy.
N as in Nancy, okay. Yes, the brown jug one.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
Is there objection?
Nope.
Seeing no objection, the agenda is reordered. At this point, the first item before us is 13A, and this is a continued public hearing. So I'm going to open it. If anyone would like to speak to us on appropriation for child care licensing program. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there objection?
Can you clear the board?
Is there, did you want to speak to that, Ms. Drummond?
No, ma'am.
All right. Seeing and hearing no objection, this matter is approved unanimously.
The board needs to be cleared.
Can you clear the board? All right. On 13B, if we could have a motion to postpone that, or to continue the public hearing till December 1st.
So moved.
But I need to open it first.
Okay.
You now have an opportunity to speak to us on the rest of Title 21, which would be parking and lighting. If you speak now, you won't be able to speak again December 1st when you can see the amendments. Is there anybody who'd like to speak to us on parking and lighting, Title 21? Hearing and seeing no one. Now, could you make that motion, Ms. Drummond?
Yes, ma'am. Move to
Continue?
to the meeting of December 10th?
Second.
First, excuse me. December 1st.
All right. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, we are continued on that one. The next one, there's been a request to continue this until January 19th. This is a rezone on Muldoon. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to us on this matter with the understanding if you speak now, you won't be able to speak later? This is item C, 13C. Anyone like to speak? Hearing and seeing no one. Ms. Selkrig, would you like to make that continuation motion?
I move to continue.
To January 19th?
Till January 19th, thank you.
Thank you. Is there
I will second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to speak to it, Ms. Phil?
Yes, I did.
All right. Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to make sure that you, for some reason, and I apologize to the body, the Northeast Community Council, resolution against that didn't get in your packets and didn't show up anywhere, so I've had it passed out. And I wanted to make sure that you knew that the Northeast Community Council did pass a second resolution 2 years after the first one because of additional information that came up against the rezone, and that if this body does approve the rezone on that we want to require the petitioner be responsible for the development of State Street from 11th to Chester Creek. But we are adamantly against the rezone because of the impact on Chester Creek and other items that are been noted in the P&Z. It was thoroughly covered in the P&Z, and we spoke at that, and I think that the P&Z comments pretty much cover everything.
And Ms. Phillips, we didn't get your name for the record.
It's Ainsley, A-I-N-S-L-I-E, Phillips, P-H-I-L-L-I-P-S, and I'm on Northeast Community Council
You know, and thank you for coming forward. If you wouldn't mind emailing that to us again, if that's not a big problem.
Yeah, I had it passed out, and I'll have to check with the clerk to see why it bounced back. Okay?
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing no one, I'm going to, now, would you like to repeat that motion to continue?
I'd like to continue that till
January 19th?
January 19th. Thank you very much.
And there was a second. Is there objection to continuation? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is continued to January 19th. And we now have the motion. Thank you, Ms. Phillips. The next item before us is 13D. This is AO 122, to add a civil violation alternative for thefts under $50, excluding alcoholic beverages. If anybody would like to speak to this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve. Second.
Thank you. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, this matter is approved unanimously. The next item before us is 13E. This is A071. This is regarding fees for excessive police responses. And I would note that there is an S version, and that will probably be what is moved. Please come forward if you'd like to speak to this matter.
So we're speaking to the S version, is that correct?
Yes. I think that would be safest.
Okay, yeah. Hi, my name is John Pattee. I'm the president of Anchorage Char. Anchorage Char represents over 200 licensed establishments in the Anchorage area and in Eagle River. I really don't have any other indication on why this is happening other than that my assumption is that the ordinance would be directed at licensed beverage establishments. Those places tend to get a lot of calls. I understand that a similar ordinance is directed at residential properties, and that has been working well. But there are some serious concerns when we learned the efforts to start charging businesses. Most of the concerns are being addressed in the current version, the S version, and I want to thank you very much for making those changes. The remaining concerns that we have are mainly about the process and how the ordinance is going to work. On page 5, 8.80.030, titled Notice to Liable Persons, it states that the municipality may notify the owner intent of a property in writing when the number of police responses in the current calendar year to a single dwelling unit or commercial unit equals the number, which is 100. My concern with that is the word may. Are they going to notify the licenses for sure, or are they may notify them, they may not, and if somebody gets 100 police calls, they're just going to get a bill for the 101st one. Another concern is when the notice is given. I think waiting until an establishment or a business gets 100 incidents is waiting way too long. If we could put something in there where a notice could be given earlier, that gives the business a chance to, identify that there's a problem or there's a pattern and that we need to fix this before it gets to 100. So I think waiting to 100 is way too long. There's also concern on the way the calls for service are determined by a police sergeant or higher rank. These folks tend to move around a lot. They're moved from departments and just around the police department and promoted and whatnot. And when you have that, you have inconsistencies with who is determining what a police call is or a police response. Finally, and this is my biggest concern, is how an establishment or a business will defend itself against all these police responses. Will we be given all the reports, all 100 reports, and will we be given an opportunity to determine that these are accurate and true reports, or will we simply be given a bill after we get the 101st
Thank you.
Report?
There are some questions.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Gutierrez, you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pelletier, I just want to clarify. This is the last time I had spoken with Ms. Villamitez was that we were afraid there might be a chilling effect on owners of licensed premises, and that's absolutely not what I think anybody wanted to happen. Are you completely comfortable that there won't be that chilling effect from the owner of a licensed premises to call police when they need police?
I'm not comfortable that there won't be. No, I think there may be. If it's going to go on my record towards that 100, there may be a chance that some establishments won't make that call. If they're not on the list of things that are in the S version, say like a trespass.
Okay.
So I want to trespass this person, I want to get the police to make it official, but that's going to go on my record, then I'm not going to call. If there's a problem, I'm not saying I'm not going to call, but the people may not call. If there's like a problem, a minor scuffle or something, or a fight, maybe even a major one, you might just break it up and send them all the way instead of making arrests like you should, cuffing them, calling the police, and making sure these people are held accountable for those actions. So I think we may be going back to where we were 20 years ago when you never called police for anything because, it goes against you. And then over the last 10, 15 years, that's all changed, and calling the police was a good thing, and it showed that you were addressing the problems. Now, if you have to call the police, 100 times for fights or drugs, well, we have a system in place right now for that. In 2005, Alan Teshi, with our input, passed a legislation that said at any time the chief of police may ask a licensee to come to a public safety committee and answer to the numerous police calls or serious problems that they may have in the establishment. So there's already a legislation in place to deal with problem establishments. And if you're waiting to get up to 100, I think you're waiting too long.
Is there anything else you'd add to this list of exemptions? You mentioned a couple: trespass, a fight on the premises.
Yeah, that's kind of the main. I've kind of rushing this through. I just got back from out of town. I'd have to really kind of think about if we want to put a list of things together. But those would be the ones that just pop into my mind right now. You did some good stuff with the minors. You need to do that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be calling for minors. Right. So did that in the drunken person and the warrants. We get a lot of people get arrested for warrant violations and things like that. So those are all good. But it's the process mainly that I have a concern about, and I think there's already something in place to deal with problem licensees. So, and the appeal, if I may, the appeal process is also something that I'm concerned about, where it says that the hearing would be limited to only the events that happened after 100. It says here the hearing shall be limited to the issue of whether the person is liable for each fee imposed under this chapter as found by the police department. So that your appeal process only pertains to the fee, which means that the 101th incident. So you don't have no appeal process for the 100 that happened before. So you really don't feel like you get a due process. So all of a sudden you've got 50 or 100 and you're in trouble. What do you do? Show them to me and let me see if they're true and accurate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Pelletier.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pelletier, thank you for coming out this evening. At the end of your testimony, you had several questions that I think were addressed at the police. I certainly can't answer them, but Madam Chair, I would really like those questions answered, if it's at all possible. Thank you.
Could you just hold until people are done with him, and then we'll ask the chief to come forward?
Certainly.
All right. Dr. Selkirk?
I would like to note that this has been in the making for almost probably a year, and it was grounded on the testimony that had to do with fantasies, and it was a problem parking lot. And all of the work over the year has been intended to carefully, as careful as possible, create an ordinance that did not, was not threatening to good and most of our commercial and alcohol establishments are good, but we've got some that run up 400 calls in, less than a year, and those are really expensive. So, you've been invited into this process. I think there's no intent whatsoever to make this threatening to good organizations. If there's numerous things that you feel need to be changed, I'm glad to wait another 2 weeks. I don't really want to do it on the fly here because we've spent so much time on it. But I can tell you I think when we hear from the chief, there's a system in place right now to work with problem facilities before they get to a crisis level. But we do have some that are at a crisis level, and we just have to keep going back and going back and going back, and it's expensive, and that's what this is designed to do. And when you realize for a fourplex you get 8 calls, right? Mm-hmm. For this you get 100 calls. So we recognize that commercial entities have problems that exceed the regular kind of everyday situation. So I guess, do you feel like you need to sit down one more time with us and go through this? Is that what I'm hearing from you? Because you have had a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, and I apologize. Maybe I missed a boat on that. I was actually, and I saw that it had been up numerous times for public hearing.
You just talked to me before the meeting.
And then a couple of weeks ago, I hear it's coming up again, and all of a sudden maybe my memory got clogged. So I apologize for that.
I do think that the chief's testimony may clarify some things, and I'm going to comment. I'm going to ask you to comment one more time after we've heard from the chief.
Okay.
I have no desire to.
Mr. Birch? Do you have a sense for how many businesses that this would impact?
I don't have a sense that it would impact any other business but possibly nightclub type, large operations. I don't know you've put the S version addresses the shoplifting issue like in the big mall. I think you guys have done a good job on that. But anyone else that gets 100 calls, I can't think of anyone that gets that many except for licensed establishments where you have people congregating and people are drinking and things are happening. And, a lot of it's minors and nuisance type things, but every now and then you have a serious event.
How many among your CHAR membership do you think would be impacted by this?
I would say probably there might be 10 or 15, if that. Yeah. 10, 15 years ago, I might have said 20 or 30. Yeah. But things have been going the other way lately with the industry, so it's always getting better.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKee.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to testify? And then after people have testified, I'll ask the chief to come up.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Vilamides. I'm the director of Anchorage CHAR. And Anchorage CHAR is a representative of the industry. We have been working very hard the past 7 years to be proactive and an asset in our community through programs like the Anchorage Responsible Beverage Retailers Association, security training, off the road, civil penalty minor consumption process, among others. We take any legislation that pertains to our industry very seriously and appreciate the opportunity to be part or consulted when there are issues with our industry. I am here today not to speak against the ordinance. Although it's not to our liking, we appreciate and support the exclusion made on page 3, numbers 6 and 7, and this is why. For many years, licensed establishments did not call the police for assistance for minors seeking entrance and among others because the calls were accounted against the establishments at license renewal or what we call bar files. After Alan Teshy's Ordinance 2005-30 liquor license renewal was implemented, the industry was more inclined to make phone calls because the calls were not going to be counted against the establishment or penalized. It has taken time and effort to get the licensed premise to start calling the police. Please do not penalize the establishments for doing what is right. And it's taken a lot of work. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez has a question.
Thank you. I want to pose to you the same question I did to Mr. Pattee, 6 and 7. Are there any exclusions you would add to the ones that are there?
Well, not an exclusion, but I do have a question. What if you have an establishment location that has multiple licenses in one address, does that mean that they each get 100 phone calls? Or do they divide that among the 3 businesses? So those are questions that, as we're going through the process and we're reading more and more, they're starting to surface.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify?
My name is Steve Shell. I'm a resident of Anchorage and a taxpayer. And I didn't come here to talk about this, but my experience says when people have to pay for the problems they create, they'll fix it. I don't like my tax dollars paying for people that want to congregate and cause problems and owners that won't manage it. They should pay for it.
Thank you. Wait a minute. There's a question. No? Dr. Selkirk?
I'll just let you know that this was in response to just that intent. I just want you to know. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to testify on this?
Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Chris Warren. I'm representing the Golden Lion Hotel. We've been in business now for about 32 years. I guess the concern I have is that I believe the ordinance is written for the purpose of dealing with irresponsible business owners and irresponsible property owners. And even though we have a fair number of police responses at our facility, I think that we do a responsible job of trying to reduce that to the minimum number possible. Especially during the winter months, a large number of our guests they come from rural Alaska to stay at our hotel for medical treatment. And it's unfortunate, but a fair number of those people have alcohol problems. And while they don't really consume alcohol in our hotel or in our lounge, they do bring alcohol in from the liquor stores and from outside the facility. And so a lot of our problems have resulted from high alcohol consumption, and that's why we have quite a number of police response. So I would like to point out that we do pay our property taxes. Between the bed tax and the property taxes, we're paying over $300,000 a year to the municipality, which is well over 10% of our total gross revenue. Now, I do see that Mr. Coffey's added some language in the S version, which appears to deal with police responses to people that own bars and lounges if you're having a problem with inebriate at your bar. So I guess I would ask for the same consideration to be given to hotels. That's my comment.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you. Mr. Warren, I believe, was the 100-call threshold. What are your thoughts on that? Too high, too low?
Well, I think we're right in there. It sounds like a lot, but it's 2 calls per week, and for a facility the size of ours, where we have 83 rooms, we have, so we have that many guests or more at any given time. It's 2 calls a week is not all that excessive, I wouldn't think. So I guess if you were going to establish a threshold, I'd suggest it be more like 150 or 200.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Oh, Dr. Selkirk?
Are you aware that if a sergeant or higher ranking officer of the police department determines that appropriate corrective actions were taken in respect to a specific event in the situation, that the court, that basically what happens is we reset it, and so you go back to zero? In other words, as soon as the establishment, if there's a chronic problem and you're working on it and you've got a plan, this ordinance says you're not going to be penalized. I mean, I think over the last year, we've worked really hard to protect the interests of those good property owners that have to call the police. And a lot of attention went into the issue of making sure that you knew you could call the police and not be penalized. I mean, if you are a good establishment, I truly don't think you're going to have trouble with this. I think that what this is going to get are those chronic problem areas that we're spending a lot of resources on, and they don't disappear till they go bankrupt or something. And when you look at the dollars spent on those, we really do need some tool to focus on them.
I understand that, and I appreciate that language. I guess my only concern with that is pretty subjective.
Well, there's a lot of detail in the ordinance establishing guidelines. There's many, many, many things listed that are clearly things that people have no control over. And then there's also the reason that there's that ability for the sergeant or the ranking officer to work with you is so that you can actually say, hey, this isn't on your list, but look, I couldn't control this. And what I can tell you is working with the police department, they're very protective of good property owners in this, but and so there's been an effort, I think, to address your issues. I'm hoping that we've done it. And specifically, you're talking about the hotel, where you'd like the hotels inserted. I'm sorry, I would think I probably worked on that with Mr. Coffey. Are you...
Well, there's language in here in the S version that appears to allow, or appears to not count a response by the police to a facility that's under the jurisdiction of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board, which I assume that to mean a bar. So
bars are included in this, and restaurant bars.
Right, but if I'm looking on the S version here,
where are you? A call from a tenant or owner of a commercial property used as a licensed premise under the authorization of this.
If I could help, I think what he's asking is that hotels be included in that same exclusion.
What I would prefer to do, I guess, after we've done this, is to talk about how to do this. I'm not sure I want to make sausage out of this. There's a lot of detail in this, and so maybe we need to postpone it after this hearing.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else who'd like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Duran Powell, and I'm the general manager at Chilkoot Charlie's. And I had some response, and it was just a couple items to point out. Because we're such a large facility, we see a lot of police calls. Probably a third of our police calls refer to a trespassing charge, where we're controlling our premises. Someone will come to the door, they've either been drinking ahead of time or they're not behaving, and we've denied them entry, and they won't leave. We've had customers call the police because we won't admit them. And I don't say that jokingly, it happens quite often. So we see the exemptions. We'd love to see an exemption in there. We would ask for an exemption for the trespassing, and those are typically generated because we are controlling our premises. We're attempting or exerting the control that the ABC board requires us to exert on our premises.
Mr. Klayman has a question.
Actually, it's a question for the municipal attorney in light of the comments you've made about what I understand to be a trespass situation in which either somebody is intoxicated, you don't want to let them in because they're intoxicated, and you're saying if you come in, you're trespassing, you're not welcome. Or alternatively, they're in the bar, they're drinking too much, you say you have to leave. They refuse to leave, you say if you don't leave, we're going to declare you in trespass, and then you call the police. Under either scenario, Mr. Wheeler, my question is, in the language of the S version, in paragraph 7B, an inebriated person seeking admittance or service, would that language cover the circumstance in which a person is either being declared in trespass because they want to come in because they're too drunk, or they're being asked to leave and refusing, so they're being declared in trespass? Would that trespass circumstance be included within subsection 7B?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Klayman, the definition of police response on page 2 states that it must be where one or more officers go to the property in response to a call for assistance, and any response determined by the sergeant or higher ranking officer to be related to activities on the property premises and reasonably preventable. So that I obviously haven't lived and breathed this ordinance from its inception through today, but if there's an issue about whether or not it was reasonably preventable, including trespass, it looks like the police officer has some discretion as to whether to count this or not.
But my question is, I understand the police officer has the discretion, but if the call was because somebody's a trespass call, and the reason they're considered trespass is because they're too inebriated, is that going to fit within subsection B, recognizing the officer's discretion, or if we want to incorporate this trespass concept, should we be considering an amendment add trespass?
Could we just hold a minute on that question? Is there anyone else who has a question for this gentleman?
I'd also like to point out that we place DUI calls ourselves, and that also isn't addressed, and it's an ongoing issue. We've pulled people out of cars when they absolutely refuse to take a cab, and we would ask that those don't be used against us.
Thank you, sir. All right. There appear no questions. All right. Mr. Klayman, do you want to do that now, or can we finish the public hearing first?
We can finish the public hearing.
Okay. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on this matter? All right. At this point, there's been a request for the chief to come forward, and then there's going to be a question to the municipal attorney. Ms. Gray-Jackson, you had some questions for the chief?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Wait.
I didn't have any questions.
I apologize. After hearing, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Sorry. I forgot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't have.
Move to approve.
Thank you. I apologize. And that was the S version, correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Now, finally.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions for the chief, but Mr. Pattee had some questions relating to the police department that were at the very end of your testimony, and maybe you could restate them, and Chief Smith can answer them.
Actually, Mr. Pattee, could you just hand the questions to Ms. Gray-Jackson? Because I prefer not to allow an audience.
I took notes on his questions. I'm happy to ask his questions.
All right.
Thank you,
I just
Ms.
want
Belcraig.
some assembly member to do it rather than Mr. Pattee.
I can,
Go ahead.
As I understood the questions, is one of the first questions is, in a situation of trespassing, how would that be handled, and would it, in terms of what's before us, and would it be considered a check against you, a call towards your 100?
Sure. Through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, I tend to agree with the interpretation I think Mr. Klayman was getting at, that 7 Bravo and the exemptions under licensed premise. Of course, I'll defer to the municipal attorney. That seems to fit in my mind, although, as was also pointed out, a sergeant or above would have the discretion to identify the situation and say, here's a responsible licensed premise owner exerting that control over their premise and not count that against them.
And so the way I listening to the attorney, and I just want to see if this sounds correctly to you, is that it seems to me if somebody's trespassing in your property, that's not reasonably preventable. It's not something you can prevent.
Right.
So it would in fact not be it would not be a check against them. It would not be considered a call.
Correct. And in fact, you are, exerting that control to be responsible. So we want to encourage that.
That's right. And then my second one is, how about if somebody called about a DUI, a driving while intoxicated? What would happen?
Yeah, that too, I would not imagine we would count, because we want to encourage that and would consider that responsible behavior. I would have no problems adding a specific reference to that either. We just did not envision having to identify that, because it's clearly responsible conduct or behavior.
And if Ms. Gray-Jackson doesn't mind, I have a few more questions I'd like to ask him. Did you want to?
Through the chair, Ms. Selkirk, thank you very much for taking notes.
There was some concern raised about a perfectly good owner who may have a number of marks against them. And isn't there a program that you have underway right now where you're working one-on-one with problem areas?
Through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, in fact, I think what you're referring to exists and is embodied in the S version on the next page, page 4 under Bravo 5, that any premise, any business can enter into what we would call a SARA project or a problem-oriented policing project with primarily our CAP unit to resolve problems. So that would apply to any business that may find themselves, afoul of this.
So would it be appropriate to add to this to notice a establishment at 80 calls to let them know? Could we add that in terms of a notice that if you got 80 calls, that you would contact the premise and indicate to them that they were getting close and that they might want to enter this program?
Right, some kind of trigger, notice trigger embodied or embedded into the ordinance, I don't think would be a problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Coffey?
I was not an original sponsor, but I did an amendment to the ordinance that you're familiar with, Chief, because of the fact that for 20-some years we've asked the licensed establishments to call rather than try to handle it themselves. So I didn't want to punish them or change a 25-year practice. Here's my question. When we deal with commercial establishments, is there a great necessity for this excessive police call application to them? Where do we find that we need this?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Coffey, as was, I think, Mr. Petit mentioned, he envisioned this as a new ordinance. In fact, this is just a revision to 880, and he mentioned that it's considered successful or a good tool for residential properties, and it has been, and of course this is that ordinance. It's extending the same thought process to establishments that generate a lot of calls, and in some cases 400 in a year. We want to have a chilling effect on the irresponsible ones that are doing that could be doing better.
You actually have experience that there are commercial establishments that have this excessive police call. In fact, I've heard of the residential, particularly, I know the cases that have happened under the residential provisions. My question is there a factual demand or basis that would lead us to apply this to commercial? Because I don't know of places that have 400 police calls that are commercial. If they do, then perhaps there is a reason for this whole thing.
We do have establishments generating that number of calls.
And are they licensed premises?
Many of them are. Not all of them. Some of them are, as was mentioned, retail establishments with shop lists and things of that nature, and we don't hold that against them. Retail establishments that have established loss prevention programs and such, we applaud that, and we want to work with them. Most of the businesses that are not responsible in generating this level of calls, those are the ones we want to work with, but you have to incent that, give them an incentive to work with us.
Are most of those licensed premise?
They are.
Then has any action been taken with regard to existing laws and with the ABC board that might result in some action on the license, which generally is a $250,000 asset?
Yeah, I am not aware of any recently. I haven't personally been involved in any. What I believe is that process is long and arduous enough that it doesn't have sufficient incentive. You don't get there. Because there are so many checks and there are so many ways to defend it. And I think you and I have discussed that at one point, too, as it relates to members of your profession. They hire lawyers, and we never really quite get to fixing the problem. This is a manner in which we can address it more directly and, bring those irresponsible owners, to work with us.
Henry VIII, Part 4, or Henry IV, Part 1. First thing we do is hang all the lawyers. So, but from my experience at the ABC board is contrary. They're pretty tough on their licensees that don't. But the reason I'm curious is because we're obviously having things that haven't worked. That are creating problems, as our discussion tonight would indicate. And I wonder, when we establish new laws, if perhaps we might not just do well to enforce existing laws without putting something new on the books. And I think your opinion, if I might characterize it, is that this will be another tool and it might be efficacious. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the Chief? There appear to be none. Thank you, sir. Mr. Klayman, did you want to ask the municipal attorney a question?
Actually, yeah, let me just confirm. I did speak briefly with him during Mr. Wheeler. It's my understanding from our brief conversation following the earlier ones that we don't need to add language specifically referring to trespass in 7B because that's broad enough to include an inebriate person who is no longer wanted on the premises or trying to get in and is not wanted. That would be more than enough to cover the trespass scenario.
Through the chair, Assemblyman Klayman, B would certainly cover trespass performed by an inebriated person seeking admittance or service. So it's going to cover, by and large, most of your trespass scenarios with respect to the establishments we're talking about tonight.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Dr. Selkirk.
I've asked the city attorney to draft an amendment to this that would that I'd like to present with this evening that will address a notification to the establishment at 80 calls and invite them into the program that's already in place that works with them to solve the problem. So I'd like to move on this. I'm hoping we can move on this tonight if you'll just give me a moment to get the amendment drafted.
Mr. Birch?
I think we had testimony regarding the 2 a week as being maybe too low a number, but obviously it would depend on how many exemptions are involved.
Right.
Too. So
it's my sense that
Yeah.
I think we picked 100 because it was a pretty high number, and fundamentally most calls are going to be exempt. I mean, I think at a regular establishment, I think most calls will be exempt. The issue here is to target those entities out there, and when we talked about this, it is my understanding that some entities get to 400 calls pretty fast. Like 100 is not even a low threshold for them. So I'm hoping that this will be effective, and I think the intent is to revisit it in 6 months and clean it up if it isn't, to see how it works.
Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk, if you need more time, we could move that this be continued till after the next item. Ms. Drummond, would you make that motion?
Sorry, move to continue discussion and action on this item till after the next agenda item.
Is there objection? All right. Seeing, then the next item would be 14A. This is AO-123. It's an ordinance authorizing and approving the issuance of water revenue refunding bonds in the amount of not to exceed $63 million. If anyone would like to speak to this, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, this matter is approved unanimously. Dr. Selkirk appears to not be ready yet. Would there be objection to continuing one more item? All right. I'm going to then ask if there would be objection if we dealt with 14E now. Hearing and seeing no objection. I'm going to open the public hearing for 14E. This is AR 269. This is accepting a grant from the EPA for $200,000 for the Peacock Cleaners site remediation project, and also using $44,000 from the area-wide fund. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to this matter? If so, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Second.
Thank you. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey.
Is this going to do it? Is this be enough to get it done?
Mr. Michaelis, or whoever you'd like to answer that?
I don't know.
Mr. Jones?
Madam Chair, this will be a detailed assessment. It will not result in a clean site. It'll be a detailed assessment and a containment of the contamination.
The dry cleaning situation.
Dry cleaning fluid.
So that's the dirt that got to be shipped to Oregon, is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. So obviously this is not even going to scratch the surface.
This is an assessment.
Thank you. If we now that we've acquired this property, and are we compelled to do this?
We're compelled to contain it, yes.
Do you have an estimate of how much it's going to cost?
This study will result in that estimate.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing no objection, this matter is approved unanimously. Is there objection to doing, moving the agenda slightly to deal with 14K?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Gray Jackson?
My recommendation is that we continue on with our agenda, and when Dr. Selkirk is ready, then we take her issue up. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Is there any objection to doing that? All right, seeing and hearing none. I'd like at this point to open the public hearing on 14K. This is adopting the 2010 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan. If you'd like to speak to this matter, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Mike Courtney. I'm the Housing Director for NeighborWorks Anchorage. Some of you may formerly know us as Anchorage Neighborhood Housing Services. We wanted to speak in support of the action plan. It'll accomplish a lot of things for low to moderate income people in Anchorage. One of the things that can help us expand access to affordable housing for working class families. It can improve our neighborhoods. We can employ contractors and small businesses to help work on the different programs that we utilize administering the grants through the municipality of Anchorage. And we can reduce homelessness and reduce substandard housing utilizing some of these funds. The funding is primarily used for 3 programs that we administer. The Anchor program, which is a home ownership down payment assistance program. We do home rehab work through our minor repair program for people of low to moderate means. And then it also assists in new housing production for affordable housing. We're in the process of trying to purchase the Chelsea Inn in Spenard Road, which will accomplish several things: reduce crime in the area, allow affordable housing to expand in the area, and employ other contractors, like we said before. We'd also like to applaud the work of the Department of Neighborhoods, and particularly the Director, Corinne O'Neill, who's here in the room. She's been very flexible and professional in dealing with us on the different grant programs.
Thank you very much for coming. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on this matter?
My name is Steve Shell. I'm a realtor here in Anchorage, Alaska. I have personally assisted 3 people with this program over the past years. All 3 were very deserving and have been good citizens. They wouldn't be able to own a home without it. And usually single moms with children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, this matter is approved unanimously. The next item before us is 14L. This is appropriating $2,688,900 in energy efficiency and conservation block grants. If you'd like to speak to this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Is there discussion? Is there objection?
I had a
Mr. Starr, I'm
Just a
sorry.
clarification on the earlier question through the chair, and I believe you asked it, which was the light rail portion of this funding, which requires us then to coordinate with agencies where that light rail may connect. Is that what's going on with this, or is there any room to do things differently?
Mr. Michaelis?
This was, thank you very much, Madam Chair. This was an agreement that was made some time ago that the expectation is that this money will go for that particular purpose. So it was made with, the Matsu and other entities as well. So that's what the expectation is. If it was to be redirected for something else, we'd have to go back, because that right now is the agreement that we have with the grantor, that's where the monies would go. So we'll have to go back and revisit that, and I think that would take an awful lot of time, and I don't know what the results of that would be. The rest of that money, of course, is things that we can use and we can use now. So I would strongly recommend that you let the item go as it is.
I will accept the way it's sort of written, with the expectation in there, and I guess the AIM, or the AM particularly, speaks to a potential collaboration, and the word collaboration is used several times in here, and so I'm cautious of how we get ourselves committed to things that perhaps we can't afford or don't directly benefit us. And I live and drive, of course, on the Glen all the time, and there's Anchorage residents on that, but to commit to a collaboration that facilitates us, I'm cautious of that term. So I will support it, but the word collaboration, or the dialogue that occurs at the committee level in the study, would be helpful to clarify what collaboration is. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Just a gentle correction to my colleague. It speaks to commuter rail. And, of course, we have a heavy rail network, so it wouldn't be light rail.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, this matter is approved unanimously. Moving on to 14N. This is Resolution 277. This is a resolution approving an alcoholic beverage conditional use for a packaged liquor store by Brown Jug. If anybody would like to speak to this, please come forward. Are you coming forward to testify? Yep. Good. Thank you.
Hello, Stu Grenier, Northeast Community Council. I'm the alcohol chair. You guys have been given the minutes for our October 15th meeting. Do I need to review those?
If you'd like to, sir.
Okay. Very quickly, basically, I think most people know about the murder in the park and the ongoing problems we have in Muldoon with inebriates. What was passed 19-0 with one person abstaining was a motion to require all carry-out liquor stores in the Northeast Community Council to require ID for all purchase, legal ID. We came to this conclusion when we were informed by Sergeant Allen that most of the inebriates, public inebriates, do not have legal ID. So this would be a step that might help us out. Anyhow, some liquor stores in our area do require ID for all purchases. At least one on our strip. It's very highly densely crowded with carry-out liquor stores. We have 4 carry-out stores between Fred Meyer's and the Brown Jug on Muldoon. Anyhow, when we discussed this at the meeting, we asked Bob, who represents Brown Jug, if he would please card all of his customers so that bill that Harry Crawford had out there, which has the mark on the ID, could be effective. He can tell you about that probably, but he declined that. And then the vote came up about moving a Brown Jug liquor license to the Muldoon Target. This came up, it was discussed. We asked, again, will you please consider carding other people, or all purchases, to cut down on the inebriate problem, like other stores, and again, it wasn't going to happen. So when the vote came, it was very close. 10 opposed, having Brown Jug open up a Target, and 9 were in favor. So what I'm saying is our community is really tired. We have a lot of problems. I know Brown Jug is going to talk about a stellar record, but being on the ground, there are quite a few Brown Jug bags in our park. Sometimes there are none, sometimes it's other stores, sometimes there are a bunch. And we are hoping that you guys help us out here. We've kind of had enough. I know Brown Jug has done a lot of extra things that other people do. And I know Ed O'Neill is very good at handling the media, putting spins on things, and he's a great damage control guy. I just saw the ads in the paper about that commission the mayor put together about the inebriates, and I just looked at it and said, great, everybody involved in sales and other people employed in the problem. But what about our community? So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, please please don't allow this to happen. We had enough.
All right, hold on a minute. Ms. Drummond has a question.
Thanks very much for coming. Did you tell us everything you needed to tell us before your 3 minutes was up? If not, please let us hear the rest of it, because it is important.
Thank you very much, Ms. Drummond. Well, you got to remember, when I thank people for picking up trash, I don't care who it is, but basically what you're doing, if you're the people who are selling the product, is you are basically concealing evidence of products being sold. And you guys are pinning medals on these guys and tapping them on the back, and people who are living in the area are getting kind of tired. It doesn't help. There's still drunks in the park, even if someone comes and picks up after them. Now, you're talking about opening up another store over by Target. Okay, if they are very good at knocking out the inebriates, especially if somebody's watching them, it's probably going to happen. But still, you got the forested area around Bartlett High School. You got the Native Culture Center right there. You're going to kind of shift the problem in that direction. You got the military base gate right there. Also, I'd like to tell you that people came to our meeting and talks were not here, and one lady was adamant. Her son can only get alcohol brown jug. The other stores were not selling to him. So you got to remember, guys, when people take a lot of time to get media and put spins on things, it might cover a lot of people in a lot of ways, but it doesn't necessarily mean that what's happening and what's supposed to be happening is happening. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Ainsley Phillips again from Northeast Community Council. And as Stu mentioned, I did bring the resolution against this liquor license and passed out earlier. Liquor licenses is one of the top 3 items that bring out large crowds to the Northeast Community Council meetings, often large crowds and heated debates, as we're famous for anyway. This request for a license actually spanned over more than 2 meetings and voted on, and as it doesn't show like very many numbers, but over the course of the 3 months this was discussed, there was an enormous amount of people's personal stories, like Stu just mentioned, and the statistics that speak for themselves. The alcohol-related problems has been one of our major problems in the area, so much so that the federal government spent hundreds of thousands of dollars implementing the Weed and Seed program, the federal judicial program that came to Muldoon, which Mr. Sullivan, I hope, will come up and talk about. But that was to weed out the sources of the problem, such as minors in possessions, irresponsible liquor vendors, down through the domestic violence problems and traffic problems all incurred by alcohol, and then seed the programs to give people an opportunity to take and turn their lives around. And it was a very successful program, and the statistics show that this crime did start to go down. However, currently, just on Muldoon Road, from the corner of DeBar to the petition site, there are 18 establishments, over 18 establishments, that sell alcohol in one form or the other. Now, Muldoon Road is one of the traffic corridors to our communities of the north, Washoe and Eagle River, with over 72,000 trips a day. Adding another liquor license for someone to potentially stop to get alcohol to go to consume on the strip is absolutely irresponsible. Irregardless of those 18, you can add in the ones in Mountain View that are within the petition site, coming from downtown, or just Boniface from DeBar to the Glen Highway. Brings us the count up well over 30 opportunities currently to increase the traffic fatalities on the road from alcohol consumption. And that's just one item why we are vehemently opposed to this liquor license. And like Mr. Grenier said, Brown Jug walks the walk and talks the talk, and they do a lot of social programs. When you get down to it, the problem is still there. It's still something that we as citizens are responsible for, to do our best to protect each other from crime and death.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyone else like to testify?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Tim Sullivan, Mr. Mayor. I'm the program coordinator for Weed and Seed East Anchorage in Northeast Anchorage. I've been in that position for over 10 years now. And one of the main premises for the beginning of the Weed and Seed site in this community was to look at liquor licenses and look at the effect of liquor in this community, and especially in the Northeast community. It's not a good picture, and it never will be a good picture. We don't need another liquor license in this part of town. This part of town has already got a disproportionate share of liquor licenses based on population. We don't need another one. If the petitioner wants to have a liquor establishment, go some other part of town. They've continually tried to put liquor establishments into this part of town, and they've been turned back every time. And we need to turn them back again this time. A study that was done in 2004 with the City Department of Health and Social Services and Anchorage Police Department looked at the problems with domestic violence in this community. 80% of the domestic violence calls involved alcohol. And Northeast Anchorage has a disproportionate share of domestic violence calls. We don't need any more of that. There's a social problem associated with alcohol. Northeast is feeling those effects, and we don't need any more opportunities for people to get alcohol to disturb their lives and to disturb the lives of the community. Thank you.
Just a second. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sullivan, you and I have had several conversations on this topic, and I tend to agree with your testimony. The question of requiring ID for everybody who comes through the door, does that make a difference? Is it not enough? If they were to agree to do that, would it be okay, or is it just from your position a no?
There's no need for another liquor license in that part of town. I don't care what the petitioner decides that they want to do. They've done good work around the community, but that does not make it a quid pro quo. That because they do that kind of work, then we're supposed to automatically rubber stamp a conditional use permit for them. No.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
My name is O.C. Madden. I'm Director of Operations for Brown Jug. I'm here to speak to the conditional use permit application. We obtained this license several years ago. We bought it from the Billiken, and when we bought it, it was currently in use as a package license at the Billiken. We elected not to operate it at that time in that location because that business did not meet our business model or fit our profile. We didn't feel like we wanted to operate that business. However, we wanted to hold the license until we could find an establishment where we felt we could use that license and be a good community member. We found such a location, Cottonwood Commons, and our plan is to open a high-end wine and spirit store and cater to a crowd that is not the inebriates or minors that we've heard of tonight. We've been nationally and locally recognized for our responsible retailing business model and make every effort to do everything in our power to prevent sales to people who are a problem in the community. I'm joined today by Bob Klein, who's Director of Sales and Marketing, and Ed O'Neill, who's responsible for our community and government relations. So, you have anything to add?
Actually, I didn't have much to add other than I was the one that attended the community council meeting. There were an inordinate number of people there. I think it might have something to do with the fact that H2H preceded our issue and drew an awful lot of folks to that meeting. Stu mentioned the resolution they passed. If you look at the minutes closely, what they said was that they would request, not require, package stores to ID. My feeling on it at the time, and I chose more to just let this group discuss the issue and really hear what the discussion was about, but the mayor had appointed 36 people to a commission to consider the issue of inebriates. The fact that one community, actually 9 or 10 people in the community council felt that IDing everybody was going to stop the inebriate problem just didn't make much sense. And I tried to tell them that. I told them we would not have our license held hostage for IDing every person that comes in the store, and hence the disagreement. But I point out again, the vote was very close in spite of all of that. We run incredible stores. Nationally, our standards are probably higher than you'll find anywhere. And we're not going to make an exception here. This store, actually, this will be a slight exception because this isn't really a neighborhood store. This is a destination store. We're in there with Target, with Kohl's, with Lowe's, Best Buy. And we're expecting a very different type of clientele, but not a neighborhood clientele into the store.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious with the ID issue. If others in the community are doing it, they obviously don't feel they're being held hostage or being somehow put upon. In fact, they did it of their own accord. If they're doing it, why can't you do it?
Mr. Gutierrez, I don't want to mention the people who are doing it, but I'm very active with the ABC board, and the company you're talking about had an inordinate number of failures and felt that was the only way they could control their people and stop getting all these ABC failures.
But it seems to have other effects as well that are beneficial to the community. And I know that Brown Jug likes to tout itself as being out in front and being sort of the industry leader in being community-minded. You put it in your advertisements. It seems like this would keep you at the forefront.
Well, we have very serious programs. I'd be happy at some point to show you all the education, all the things we go through. We don't see carting everybody who walks in the door as a solution. We see training our people. We see taking the approach that we take, being gatekeepers as to should every individual who comes in be sold or not be sold. These are very, very important considerations. We don't want to make it automatic. We want our people to make decisions based on our standards.
And what would be the harm of requiring ID from your perspective? Do you feel like you're going to lose sales if people are going to come in without ID?
It's a matter of inconveniencing all of our customers to stop 200 inebriates from gaining alcohol. That's, to our mind, that's poor service and it's poor social engineering.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And gentlemen, I think we're all recognize that you do run a good operation, so thank you for that. I know you have a store, it's what 171 Muldoon Road?
We do.
About how far is that from the proposed locations?
Mile and a half.
Mile and a half.
Mile and a half, okay. And I recognize that mandatory ID check that sort of sticks in your craw. If it is indeed the sort of the standard of Northeast Community Council, the whole area for all subsequent package store licenses that they have mandatory ID check, would that make you, I'm sure it wouldn't thrill you, but that would make you more comfortable with this, even though it's perhaps not quite the same as your normal operation?
Our clientele at that store is not just the Northeast Community
Sir,
Council.
you have to use the microphone.
We're in a destination center where we're going to deal with a clientele surrounded by Lowe's and Target and the other businesses there. So we're a destination site, not just for Northeast Anchorage. So it really would impact our business with that group of the market. We're currently, right now, just our policy is to card anyone that appears to be 30 or under, and anyone that we believe to be a suspicious individual, anyone that we think is a potential shoplifter or inebriate or problem person.
Well, then I can go on record because I don't get mistaken for somebody who appears to be 30 or younger very often. But I guess I didn't quite hear the answer to my question, which is if all of Northeast, recognizing this is a regional location as opposed to a neighborhood location, if all of Northeast Community Council package store licenses are subject to this requirement, are you a little more comfortable?
I'd have to sit back and think about that. They're not currently all required to do that.
That becomes the
we're
standard.
being singled out essentially as being the one licensee to have that restriction.
Okay, my interpretation was that you're sort of maybe just the first since they've decided they want to pursue this path, but I'll investigate that further with those folks. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Coffey. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. I was getting some information from Mr. Gutierrez. Where was this license operational the last time it was operational?
It was 3 years, I believe.
Where?
Bellican package store.
Off of Boniface,
yes,
right?
It's within the community council district.
And DeBar.
Yes.
Relative, within a couple, 3 miles or 4 miles of where you're talking about moving it now.
Correct.
How long has it been since it's been operational?
Since we purchased it.
I know, but
3 years, I believe.
So you've had 3 waivers from the ABC board, I would take it, from operational requirements. And if you don't get it operational in 10, do you lose the license?
I think this is the last year, isn't it, Bob?
Mm-hmm. All right. Then the other question I had is, someone said to me that state law requires that everybody who enters a licensed premise for packaged goods has to be carded, is that
That's not
correct?
correct.
I didn't think so, but I was told that. Okay, and then the policy, if I understood, is if they look 30 or under, you card them? And
That's correct.
what I was wondering is, was any reason given why you would card everybody? I mean, if I walked in and I'm 63, I think I probably look fairly close to that. What would you gain from carding me?
I'll let Bob answer that since he was at the meeting.
No. Other than I would say, hey, I'm pretty good.
Mr. Coffey, through the chair, that was exactly the reason that we were hesitant to agree to it. There is no purpose to it.
All right. Your clerks are trained to make sure that I'm not intoxicated, right? A drunken person, as the law says. They have to answer that out loud. I see the nodding of heads.
Yes, that's correct.
And that would be, for men of my age, would be a more appropriate sort of check than asking for my driver's license, I would assume.
That's correct.
Now, the last thing is you're across the Glen Highway in this new target development, whatever they call that big deal. And you say you're a destination. Describe what that means to me. To you, I mean, what is the difference between, say, the Brown Jug on Muldoon Road?
Brown Jug on Muldoon Road is in a residential neighborhood, a lot of foot traffic, neighbors. We're in a commercial development that's specifically designed to draw traffic from around the area and even from Wasilla and Eagle River traffic as well, people driving out of town. It's not a residential neighborhood where there's a lot of people living around the store.
One final question, and this is for Mr. Klein. How many licenses are available in Anchorage for package stores based on the population criteria which determines?
The population has finally reached the point where ABC has a few licenses available. I believe last time I checked there were 3.
So we're under, the quota is 1 per 3,000.
The population now is below what was a barrier to additional licenses being issued. The population has now risen to where more licenses are being offered.
All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Starr.
I've shopped there at the other stores that you'll be tenants to, and there's a security car, or several of them, I think. Is that specific to Target, or is that a service that all the tenants get?
I believe that's a Tecotney Center security patrol. I think it's part of the development.
So you'll actually then, as a tenant, then you'll have rights to sort of tailor the security programs to some of the altercations that may or may not occur around your store, probably.
I believe that they're going to monitor our parking lot as well as any other parking lot in the area. And speaking to the security aspect, we're installing a state-of-the-art security system in the store, along with exterior cameras. The clerks will actually be able to pull up these cameras on their registers as they're ringing up transactions.
Well, I just looked at the presence of that, and other stores that you may operate don't have other security other than Anchorage Police at them, so I was pleased to see the security programs at that store.
We do have a patrol loss prevention officer that responds to calls in the stores.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Klayman.
I just wanted to clarify, how would you were talking about that this was wine and more of a specialty store. How do you distinguish it, say, from the Brown Jug on Spenard at Northern Lights that I've been in many times?
It's going to be very similar to the store Spenard Northern Lights. That store also has a higher number of selections available. Bob could actually speak. He's director of marketing. He could speak better to the selection that will be offered at the store.
Well, the second part of the question is both in terms of wine, but also hard liquor. Is it a lot of hard liquor or primarily wine? I'm trying to get a sense of. I mean, I think Mr. Gutierrez and the Northeast Community Council has a real legitimate concern about that IDing folks has a deterrent effect on what we'll classify as chronic public inebriates from coming in. But I also recognize the economic realities that the market, what they're likely to be buying is a less expensive alcohol. So I'm trying to get a sense of exactly what you plan to carry.
Madam Chair, Mr. Klayman, first of all, our assortment, as OC indicated, is going to be very close to what we're doing at Spenard Northern Lights. But it's merchandise across the board. A wide selection of beer, wide selection of spirits, and a very good high-end on liquor. looking at the neighborhood, looking at how to get to that center, there are many other places that street inebriates are going to head than to Cottonwood Center and walk all that distance through the security, through those streets to get to us. It just isn't going to happen.
What is the practice what is the rule you follow at the Spenard location in terms of IDing? Is that everybody or just the under 30 and drunk?
Under 30 and either a known street person or a neighbor.
All right. Thank you.
There appear to be no further questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, there's more people. Come forward. I apologize.
No problem, Madam Chairman. My name is John Ralston, and I'd just like to respond to something that Mr. Coffey said with regard to not being carded because he's obviously not close to his 30th birthday, and he would probably not be considered an inebriate. It has been discussed sometime that there may be either soon or immediately some sort of law that would require repeated DUI offenders to have something on their driver's license that would make selling liquor to them against the law. And if you don't ask for the driver's license, you won't see that. And even if Mr. Coffey is not an inebriated state, and even if he is obviously not under 30 years old, if he has been convicted of DUI or somebody of a similar age has been convicted of DUI repeatedly and the card is not asked for, then the establishment selling the liquor to somebody which is less than a half mile from the entrance to the Glen Highway will not see that they should not be sold liquor, and you're putting liquor in the hands of somebody who cannot responsibly have liquor and puts the public at very serious risk if they have liquor and then get on the public highways. Thank you.
Just a minute. Mr. Coffey had a question for this gentleman.
I've advocated the passage of a law that would adopt that standard where if you have DUIs, your license is marked in some fashion, just like we do for minors. There's no such law in the books yet, is there?
I don't know whether there is or not, but if there were one to be passed, then that would be ineffective for a liquor selling establishment that wasn't asking for driver's licenses.
Well, if it were in effect, then I would assume there would be a law that says you must check, because otherwise you would be responsible. And when such a law passes, I believe Brown Jug or anyone else would, of necessity, check IDs. And until we have such a law, which I think is an appropriate law, what then do we gain from checking everyone's ID? Because you'll have no way of knowing from that whether or not they're a habitual drunken driver.
I would agree with you entirely, but if there is a prospect of such a law being passed, then the practice of checking IDs would already be in place. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I agree with you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else who'd like to testify?
Hi there. My name's Kevin Smestead. I'm with the Northeast Community Council as well. And I wanted to come tonight and talk about, because we had a pretty serious discussion there. It wasn't just about H2H issues. A few people were there for that, but that was not the main reason why a lot of people were there. There was a lot of people there due to Brown Jug requiring this liquor license. And I just want to start off by stating that we used the word request as a polite manner. We did want to use the word require, but we changed it because we didn't want to really force this upon everyone. So just to let you know, if you need us to go back and pass it as require instead of request, we can do that. Second of all, the idea of an ID, I believe it should be used all the time. From what we've been told and heard from some of the different police officers is that the homeless people that are there, they might come in not inebriated, not drunk. They might have been whatever their case might be, but they're not intoxicated, they could come in and still purchase if they look older than 30. So then we're going to now still have the same problems day in and day out that we see every day. It's not solving any problem. Now, if we have the ID to check, that's being checked, then we can see a pattern that might help eliminate something like that. Since most of the homeless people don't have IDs, have lost them, or something to that nature, then we can help get rid of a problem. And I do believe opening another liquor store on this side of town is not something we need. We've spent, from what Brown Jug has said, the last few years without a liquor license over here, and right now nothing to replace it with has not seemed to hurt anybody over there. So I don't know why we need to bring another one over. And I just wanted to let everybody know there was 19 people in favor of passing the resolution to check IDs to 0, not 9 to 0, 19 to 0.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There is a question. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. We've heard a couple of different positions on this tonight. Check all the IDs versus, basically putting the same question I did to Mr. Sullivan. His position was, no, no matter what, we don't need another liquor license in this area. Where do you come down on that? If we require checking of IDs for everyone, are you okay with it there? Or is your first position, no, we just don't want it?
My first position would be to check all IDs.
Okay.
And second of all, I would like, it would be nice not to have it there, but I do understand there's businesses out there that do need to operate. Checking all IDs would help stop a lot of problems and take in effect a lot of the issues that our area town, and I believe other areas in town have as well. And I know there's nothing on the books for that, but and I was one of the people that personally asked if Brown Jug, if they would incorporate that, even if it was just in the one store, and there was no.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to testify?
I'm Sandra Hayes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was under the impression that when you left your home, you were supposed to have an ID on you. I still carry a TAM card. I went through the SHAR class. And I worked at a liquor store where we were required to check everyone's ID. I have a friend that was recently murdered by a drunk driver, and their other half is in the hospital with 2 broken arms, 2 broken legs, and a fractured pelvis because of the drunk driver on the Seward Highway. And I agree with the person that just testified that if there is something that would differentiate between those that have DUIs and should not be purchasing alcohol, that it would be beneficial to the community. It is more advantageous if we have someone checking an ID, because it's very easy to walk into the store to dress so that you look older, or have someone going and buying the alcohol for you. We have seen a lot of things where someone parked and had someone else going in and buying the alcohol. So there were a lot of things done where another person was trying to buy alcohol for someone. And there's a lot of things need to be done just in curtailing the purchase. So I think it's best if that person shows ID and knows that they're buying that alcohol for themselves. That way you know that that person is knowing what they're doing when they show that ID and that they're not intoxicated, because it gives you a chance to talk to that person, engage in conversation, and know that they're sober and not inebriated. It just gives you a chance to talk to them. It's kind of what we learned when we went through alcohol training before selling a person an alcoholic beverage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify?
Madam Chair, my name is Donald Hennessy. Excuse me.
I've lived here all my life, and we've always had a great problem with alcohol at Anchorage. Sometimes drunks walking down the street. I felt kind of good when they first said that it was either under 30 or inebriate. They checked the ID, because when I go to Brown Jug, Spinard Road, and Northern Lights, or the Oak and Kaga cars, they always check my ID. And I don't know whether I look like under 30 or inebriate. So I just think it would be best if all of the liquor stores in Anchorage checked ID, just to assure that they were a citizen and had some kind of identification showing that they could purchase alcohol. I think that it will help in keeping some people from buying. I know I used to, as a kid, go down to the Saberjet and buy alcohol at 16 from the drive-up window there. There's a fat old lady, and then sold it to anybody that wanted to buy it. We bought it all the time. And we didn't have to have any ID at all. We just drove up there and said, I want a case of beer. And they sold it to us. So I think checking ID is probably a good idea. I don't think that we need another liquor store in Muldoon, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who'd like to testify?
My third visit. My name is Steve Shaw, Madam Chair. It seems today that we're required to show ID and various types of information just about anywhere we go in anything we do. Buying liquor is a conscious decision, and for most people, they can handle it pretty well, but a few can't. And it's a minor inconvenience to see if they have ID. If they don't have ID, I suspect there's other problems. If they know they're going to get checked with ID, they'll bring it, and they'll be prepared to present it. The first 2 or 3 times may be a little frustrating, but after a while they're going to realize that's just the way it is. And if we can just prevent one person from getting inebriated and hurting somebody, it's worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Gutierrez.
I'd like to move the following amendment. On page 2, line 4, a new section 6 that would read, valid identification will be required for all on-premise sales of alcoholic beverages, and then renumber subsequent sections.
Was that a second from Dr. Selkirk? All right. Would you like to speak to that, Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard loud and clear from the community on this issue, and I think that most of them would say we don't want another licensed premise in the area to begin with, but barring that this is a good alternative. I think in answer to Mr. Coffey's question, what good does it do? I think it does a lot of good. We've heard from several people about what good it might do. First, from the community council representative who talked about the vast majority of our chronic homeless public inebriates don't have valid ID. And so when they walk in, they're not going to be able to buy alcohol because they don't have a valid ID. We also, the point was made that this is very close and adjacent to the Glen Highway. Somebody who probably may not even have a driver's license and is driving illegally because perhaps of a past DUI can still drive up, park, go inside, and purchase alcohol without a valid ID. I think that there are a lot of potential problems that this could avert. I think that this will certainly smooth the way for Brown Jug in the community. And I think that it would behoove you to pay close attention to that. And I think probably, Madam Chair, the next step beyond this is to simply require this citywide of licensed premises. I think it's something whose time has come, because we've seen a lot of cases of people driving on suspended or revoked licenses because of impaired driving in the past who still are able to go in and purchase alcohol without a valid ID and go drive. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
There are 5 people in queue. I want to just ask you if you could make your remarks abbreviated because we really have some budget things to deal with. Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Budget?
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this is an interesting discussion. Mr. Coffey asked the question earlier of one of our people testifying about, is there a law that requires you to check and so on and so forth. The answer is no, and it has been discussed in June. I remember when I was there, it was sort of in its nascent phase, and the concern amongst the industry at the time was, hey, if you make us check ID and be responsible for people who shouldn't be buying liquor, we have a problem. You're creating liabilities for us. And so 3-4 years ago, there was some legislation enacted, just pulled it up here while we're talking, and it basically says if you shouldn't be drinking, then your driver's license shall say so. And the Department of Corrections will coordinate with DMV, and your ID will say, we'll have a mark on it saying this person should not be allowed to purchase or be served alcohol, and in fact provides for establishments to seek civil penalties against somebody who violates that standard. So sort of what we have now, where if a kid walks into a brown jug, tries to buy liquor, they can not only take his ID, but then go after him for civil penalties. And I think that's what they do, which I appreciate. And so if we had an amendment such as Mr. Gutierrez is in place, then it provides for more effective utilization of that state statute, wherein if someone attempts to buy liquor at this establishment and they shouldn't be, there's a means for seeing that. You see that ID and know they're not supposed to be buying it. So that's why I tend to be supportive of it. Flip side of that, however, is our friends from the Northeast Community Council. If you want this to be a standard for your neighborhood, that's fine. But that means I'm expecting every single package license or renewal that comes before us to have this same resolution accompanying it, because otherwise we've set an unfair playing field for one operator, which probably, frankly, is clearly the best operator in our community. So I'm going to support the amendment, but I guess, place an expectation upon the Northeast Community Council to follow up on this in future years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey.
Well, for the same reasons, I'm not going to support it. What we ought to do is we ought to introduce an ordinance, if this is what we want, and say, effective January 1, 2010, then this is the law of the City and Municipality of Anchorage, and then it's everybody plays by that rule. Until then, to single out one operator just because they happen to be in front of us is not an appropriate way to deal with this. If it's truly, and I was not aware of the Title IV provision that Mr. Flynn found online here, but it does have that demarcation or whatever they call it on a license. So there is, as the other gentleman who I can't quite pick out here who spoke, there we are, as he said, then there is an opportunity to reduce it. But to put it on one and not others as a conditional use, sort of a land use requirement, is really not the appropriate way to do it. So I would urge those who want this amendment to withdraw it and come with an ordinance in front of us so we can impose it on everybody or impose it on nobody as this body decides. Thank you.
Mr. Kleiman.
I'm going to echo the comments of Mr. Flynn and support this amendment. I'm reminded of many years ago when I think I was in my early 20s going to dinner with a friend of mine's father who said he was really remarkable. He was at a football game in some community in the lower 48, and he was amazed that he was carded, and the person that carded him actually looked at the ID to see that he really was in his 60s. And I kind of thought, that's kind of amazing, and I also thought, but this is probably where this country's headed over time. And I think Brown Jug deserves great credit for being, I think, the best operator in town, but I also think when you've got such a strong view in a particular community that they want a slightly different standard, then I think we should support that, because I think that's how communities overall start making changes. So I'm going to support this, but I also send the same message. If this is what you want, don't have exceptions for any other liquor store that comes forward. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk.
I am going to support this amendment tonight as well, but I will say that I think that Mr. Coffey's suggestion is correct. I think that we have good stores brought to us through Brown Jug. I mean, I think they're generally above average, And I think the idea of penalizing them alone is probably silly. However, having gone through a year working on another ordinance having to do with police responses, I think that the ordinance needs to be done carefully and thoughtfully, and I'm willing to work with some others on the body to bring it forward. Alcohol is such an enormous problem for this community. I think no matter how hard the liquor establishments work in this community, there's probably going to be a move towards more restrictions, and not because they aren't good establishments, but because we seem to have an epidemic of horrible outcomes around alcohol. And we've approved many liquor licenses at this body, and we've never been so consistently asked something as we've been tonight. And I think that we have an obligation to listen to the community and give them a hand, and then really do examine what we need to do at a state level and a local level to look at this on a global basis.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to chime in one more time, and I agree with the comments that we should make this an across-the-board kind of issue. I think there are two reasons to go forward with this tonight. One is I've heard very clearly from my community council this is something that they want. The process of making it a citywide, all-inclusive ordinance will take more time. We can move forward very quickly in getting a proposal forward, but there's going to need to be a lot of community input and a lot of community discussion. That's already happened in my community on this issue. They've spoken loud and clear, and this is what they want. So that's why I've gone ahead. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My simple observation is you've got your wallet out. Your ID is in your wallet. It's pretty easy to show your ID before you hand over your cash or your card. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really quickly, I just want to thank Brown Jug for all they do in this community, and I've been out there with Ed O'Neill. But I have to tell you, I already thought that you required ID, because it seems like every time, which isn't often, I go in your store, they ask me for my ID, and I know they don't think I'm under 30, so I guess they think I'm suspicious. But anyway, with that said, I think it's really important that we do come forward with an ordinance so we can make the same requirements for the rest of the establishments in our community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Starr.
Well, several observations. It's real easy to petition this body to change a conditional use permit. You can do it any time. You don't have to wait for it to come up, and most of them are permanent conditional uses. So, you know, it may not take an ordinance, but I guess I encourage the other assembly members that have concerns about other stores serving inebriates to change their conditional use permits. It makes sense to do that. However, there's other options that work as well, and we have one now with our Walmart out there. It's a superstore. It's a destination store as well. We gave them a year to prove up, a year and a half or a year and 4 months. And we did it for reasons that we just didn't know. A lot of concern voiced. I guess a question for my constituents or my peers here, just a minute, but that worked well. It was a good solution that gave it a time limit to the conditional use and forced the discussion to occur in the community again. And I would offer that out as an interim solution as that. I don't know that it was a clear message. The vote at the Community Council on October 15th was 8 to 10. So it's what's happening up here as well. Some support it and some don't. So an 8 to 10 is not a hugely clear message. I see testimony tonight that weighs it. But my question to my peers was, did either of you go to the October 15th meeting to hear it?
My
Okay, I didn't go to that one either, but
my aide was there for me.
okay, I won't be supportive. I think it's punitive to that. The destination model speaks to me. It's not another store that's embedded in a neighborhood to walk to. It's a challenging place to drive to right now, much less to walk to it. So I won't be supporting it. I think there's other solutions. Thank you.
Seeing no one else, I'm going to put this on the board. This is for Mr. Gutierrez's amendment.
This is the amendment to add a condition
the
that Mr.
amendment.
Gutierrez introduced. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, it is.
Mr. Birch?
That was approved 9-3. We're back at the main matter. 8-3, sorry. Darn. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, is there objection to this matter as amended? Hearing and seeing none, it is approved as amended.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
Earlier this evening, we passed item 9D22, which was a group liquor license renewal for Pepe's Turnigan House, Loyal Order of Moose Lodge, Gold Rush Liquors Package Store, and Don Jose's Mexican Restaurant. If this vote that we just took had been, say, 6-5 or 7-4, I might not have considered doing this. But with 8-3, it's pretty obvious that this body is in favor of IDs. I am inclined to ask for reconsideration of item 9D22 and break this, have the administration break this out, and let's address Gold Rush Liquors now, because otherwise we will have approved their liquor license for 2010 and 2011.
So, Ms. Drummond,
I'm asking reconsideration.
I'll second that,
Thank you
Madam
very
Chair.
much.
9D22.
9D22. That item is before us for reconsideration. At the next meeting, Ms. Drummond?
Yes, it says, the text says the last date of protest is December 17th, 2009, so I think we're okay on dealing with it at the next
All right, I'm just going to take that as a
meeting.
notice then, and we can talk about if we want to do it at the next meeting. All right?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair, I would suggest, because it should be broken out so we can address this one liquor store separate from the other.
That, she stated that was her intent,
Okay.
to just deal with the package store.
Right.
Thank you. All right. I'm very, very concerned about time now. And I'm going to ask, Dr. Socraig has said she's ready and it's going to be quick.
And if it isn't, I think if there's too much discussion, we'll just move on. But I'd like to move a motion. We're back on 2009-71S. Thank you. And it's on page 5, line 20, and you have it in front of you. It's 8.80.020J. The municipality will provide a courtesy notice in writing to the owner or tenant of a commercial property or commercial unit when the total number of police responses exceed 80 in a calendar year.
Waive reading.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
You have to read the amendment into the record.
Notices may be mailed or and need not be certified. Failure to provide notice under this subsection shall not prevent the assessment of fees under this chapter. So
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Whoop, I'm not on the screen. All right. Seeing and hearing no objection, that amendment is incorporated. We're back to the main matter. Is there further discussion? Mr. Clayman?
I have a very short amendment. It would be on page 3. It becomes 7D, and I'll bring the language to the clerk. 7D would be added, and it would read, an inebriated person preparing to operate a motor vehicle upon leaving the premises.
Where's that? I accept that.
And then I'd also note a couple of minor grammatical, I didn't write them in, but there's grammatical changes I would expect the clerk would have made in terms of where or goes in the order.
Did you push the button, Mr. Clayman?
Yes. Thank you.
I hate to ask this, but I thought that was already covered by what the chief said. It was already covered. I thought he specifically said it was.
Is it possible we can just accept that?
Yeah, we can just accept it.
Can I just accept that amendment?
All right, this is a separate amendment. Was there a second for it?
Amendment.
Yes,
All right. We're going to discuss this now. So is there any discussion? Mr. Clayman, do you have anything further to say?
Nope.
All right. Is there objection? Seeing no objection, that matter is accepted unanimously. We're back to the main motion as amended. Is there further discussion? Seeing nothing further, is there objection? Seeing no objection, the matter is unanimously approved as amended. Thank you. We are now at budget. All right. The first item before us would be the operating budget, which would be on your agenda. 13 I'm sorry, 11D. Thank you. We've already closed the public hearing. A motion is in order.
Move to approve. Second.
All right. Discussion or amendments?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Drummond.
I'd like to move amendment number 1, Department Maintenance and Operations, tax cap change, debt service, delete refinancing of ARTSA bond. Actually, I think the language should be delete refunding of ARTSA bond in the amount of $12.5 million out of Fund 101. You have it in your printed amendment.
Push second.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. That was seconded by Ms. Gray Jackson. You want to speak to it?
Only briefly. I have been hearing from a lot of people that this is an unacceptable way to handle debt that has been approved by the voters to be repaid. It only pushes it off into the future, and it's going to cost us more, and I think we should be paying it down as planned and as scheduled, and that's why I'm objecting to this line item. That's it.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One really quick comment. I agree with Ms. Drummond. And yesterday I was at the first day of the Finance Officers Association conference, and I talked to somebody who's really familiar with this type of issue, and I simply asked the question, well, what do you think? And I was told, well, I would never consider doing this unless your city was in dire straits. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Starr.
Well, I guess through the chair to the CFO, this amendment modifies the budget to where it basically breaks the tax cap limitation, if I know my numbers in my head. Is that true? If we need to come up with $12 million more and the source is taxes, this amendment exceeds our taxing ability. Is that right?
No. No.
Mr. Starr, through the chair, what it would mean is that we would collect $12 million more in property taxes in order to pay the higher level of debt service. So as you know, the tax cap calculation is adjusted to collect all of the taxes that are necessary to pay debt service. So it does increase the amount of taxes that can be collected to pay this cost. But it doesn't break the tax cap. It increases the tax cap.
Okay, and I'll go along with that to the point of if you take this $12 million debt relief dollar out of our expenses, if you will, the operating budget requires us to pay debt service on the money that we were proposing to refinance. Now we're not going to do that. So do we have to come up with another $12.5 million of reductions?
Through the chair, no, we do not, because we can increase the taxes to be collected. I mean, taxpayers will have to pay $12 million more in taxes because of the decision not to use this tool, because the tax cap allows us to collect as much in property taxes as necessary to pay that cost.
But you answered my question, and essentially we're raising taxes by $12 million as proposed by Ms. Drummond, but we're still allowed to do that because it's a debt service requirement.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment because, and I haven't heard any arguments that dissuade me of this feeling. You know, when I was in college, I had a buddy who had a credit card and couldn't pay his credit card debt because he ran it up a bit too high. So we got another credit card and paid off the first credit card with a second credit card. And all that really did was increase his debt and increase his finance charges, yada, yada, yada. But then when that one came due, he paid it off with the first one. And this continued for a while. This strikes me a lot as paying one credit card with another and pushes the debt out a little bit farther, but ultimately increases that debt. And I don't find that a particularly good idea. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Klayman.
I agree with Mr. Gutierrez's analysis. I was told by my mother to pay your credit cards off every month and don't incur interest charges from credit cards. But I also note that what we're doing by not, this is debt that the voters approved, and we're basically saying, do we pay this as scheduled? And I think we should pay it as scheduled. Or should we say to the voters in the future, whether it be in 2 years or 5 years or 18 years, somewhere along the line, we're basically asking those voters to pay another $4 million than they would pay if they just pay it off this year. And when I talk to voters and I say to them, would you rather pay that debt this year, or would you rather pay $4 million over the next 18 years, the answer I keep getting is, let's just get it paid now and move forward. And so I support this amendment. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk.
I'm also going to support this. I think that it's not appropriate for us to transfer our debt to our kids. I think that that's happened in a variety of ways through public policy. And, you know, this is money that we owe, and we've enjoyed the benefits and are enjoying the benefits associated with it, and I think we just have to pay it off in an orderly way. It doesn't make sense to send it out into the future and actually pay more interest on it over time.
Ms. Johnston?
Well, this is an interesting conversation because I'm not quite convinced that we're not in a financial crisis. We are. And we've actually, in the last 5 years, in real dollars, increased our tax bills by 35%. And that's a huge increase. Some have been more than that, but on the average it's 35%. What this does is, yes, it does delay the tax on these properties, and it does spread it out over the years. In the real dollars, it's going to cost, in fact, I don't have it on the tip of my tongue how much in real dollars it costs. Could you, Ms. Mahoney?
About $3 million, isn't it?
Are you referring to the net present value?
Right.
The net present value is negative $333,000 in additional interest.
And I really think that is probably a good, it's money, it's more money, but it also, it's going to be able to give taxpayers some tax relief so that we can actually work on balancing our budget and not on their backs at this time. And we have some huge issues coming to us next year that we're going to have to solve. And I feel that we need to use this instrument to give some taxpayer relief as we balance our budget. Thank you.
Mr. Birch.
I don't support this. We have routinely refinanced debt over time. The net present value calculations, obviously, those can change by the time there's a resale. But we are in a crisis situation, and this restructuring will favorably impact our property taxpayers and provide some relief for accommodating the excessive contract costs that we're suffering through in trying to deal with this budget cycle. So I do oppose this. I just don't think it's the right time. And refinancing is something that we're as we see lower interest rates, we're seeing actually refinancing as even the cost of refinancing, as many homeowners can attest to, actually the reduced rate actually benefits the homeowners in those particular personal situations. So I am opposed to this.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an interesting one. It took us a while to sort of get our arms around this proposal after it initially came to us, and I thank Ms. Frasca for her patience in working through it with us. And I, as a debtophobe, get real nervous about adding to our debt, which is essentially what this does. That said, having spent some time talking to some administration officials, I have I think some understanding of why they want to do this. It's my anticipation we're not going to finish this budget tonight. So I'm going to vote for the amendment to keep the discussion alive, and we'll sort of see where we end up at the end of the day. But it's something, it's an interesting conversation that I think we just need to discuss full further. So thank you.
Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I need to hear from the Chief Financial Officer that the difference between refinancing and refunding, and to hear that this is lowering our interest rate, as previous speakers have alleged.
Administration respond, please. You have to, the microphone, please.
Okay. This is not resulting in a savings in regard to where we would refinance debt. This is a result of pushing debt out into the future, and we would incur additional interest expense. So it is not a savings as a result of a lower interest rate in terms of arbitrage.
Thank you.
Ms. Drummond, would you?
Okay. Ms. Osiander.
My biggest concern throughout this very difficult budget discussion has been we are not only in tough economic times as a city, but there's a lot of people in this town who are just barely making it because they are in the same tough financial situation or worse than we are. That's why I've talked so much about transit and its potential impact on the working poor. I liken this situation to the same one that I would be in if I had a tough financial times, my husband and I. I could look at potentially refinancing my house, taking a little longer term to pay it off in order to get through a tough period of time. It seems to me a wise thing to do right now. For a little bit additional cost, we're lowering the impact, the tax burden impact on people that are having tough times. It seems reasonable to me, and as such, I think that it's a wise thing to do, so I will not be supporting. Thank you. Oh, I thought I was last. I apologize. Mr. Starr.
Well, just a point of clarification, because I asked this question sort of in the hallway. We're not extending the terms, we're not extending the period of time we're paying it back. We're just paying it back in different years. So it's not going to a longer mortgage period. It's just going to different years and paying back the debt. We're trying to balance our cash flow because we don't have positive cash flow now. My understanding was we're doing that. We're not extending the mortgage terms.
That is correct, Mr. Starr.
Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, clearly the administration opposes the amendment. It just amazes me that folks can be so disingenuous to speak to putting a burden on future generations when you have a majority of this body that last year passed a budget that had insufficient revenues, compounded the problem by passing labor contracts that dramatically increased the expenditures in a time of declining revenues, literally putting the city into a very, very distressful financial situation. This is a tool that's used to manage cash flow to help us get out of the situation that the majority of your body created. You created a problem, we're trying to solve it, and to say that this is somehow putting future generations at some financial risk when you created a problem of such magnitude that tools like this are necessary to fix it, I just can't begin to tell you how disingenuous I find that.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Disingenuous is a good word. I think using the term crisis is disingenuous. If the mayor had proposed a budget that taxed to the cap and we still didn't have enough money to pay for our core, most important services, that's a crisis. But to cry crisis when the proposed budget is $10 million under the cap is disingenuous. I have no problem with spending under the cap. That's fine. I agree in principle with what the mayor is trying to do. I don't agree entirely with how he's trying to get there, but I do agree. To use the term tax relief with this proposal, I think is also disingenuous. It's false relief. It increases the amount we're going to pay. it may alleviate the pain at the moment, but it's going to increase what we're going to pay in the long run on this debt service, and that's false relief. It's pay it now or pay it later. Sooner or later, that credit card's going to come due. And you can pay it with another credit card, but sooner or later, that one's going to come due too. So it is, I think, in a sense, very much a sense of false tax relief, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey.
I want to make sure I understand the nature of the amendment. It says that the $12.5 million will be on this piece of paper I got tonight. It says $12.5 million will be property tax under the charter limit. I thought we were about 9.5 under the cap, under the mayor's proposed budget. So this means if we adopt this amendment, don't we have to do, even if we tax to the cap, don't we have to do $3 million? And if I see shaking heads, and I don't understand why. So, I'm sorry, I was out of the room, so I missed it, and it's been answered. So I'll shut up. The next question since I missed part of the debate, I apologize, and I won't ask anything more.
Mr. Klayman. And I'm going to try to ask people to just speak twice because we're in a time. Thank you.
I think that request is reasonable. This will be my second and last time.
Thank you.
I did feel it's important to respond to the mayor's comments. I've actually been kind of amazed at the frequency that Mayor Sullivan has said that the challenges the city faces are 100% the responsibility of this assembly because of the budget it passed last year. And I keep reading the national papers and reading about the national economic crisis and the national recession that we're in the midst of, and the market challenges and the impact on investments. And the investments are really what caused the lion's share of the problem in our budget and what's causing some of the revenue issues we're going to face in years ahead. And I think the people that write the editorials for the Wall Street Journal and write the editorials for the New York Times and the Los Angeles Times and analyze the finances would be amazed to know that the remarkable influence that this body has on the national economic situation. It's really remarkable, but I think it's just not true. We are in a situation today because of a national economic challenge, and it's good to know that this city is in better shape than almost every city in the country. Does that mean that we don't have challenges? Of course we have challenges. If I didn't think we had challenges, I wouldn't have been involved in making $17 million in cuts to the city budget starting at the beginning of this year, and I think the mayor has been correct in identifying some additional cuts to keep our budget balanced. We have a balanced budget today. We have debt that the voters have said they want to pay for by their vote, by a majority vote of this community, and I think it's appropriate for us to pay those payments when due and not say to the voters in the years ahead, you're going to pay more now because we didn't want to pay more later. If Mayor Sullivan, who seems to have a great grasp of the national economic situation and how this assembly can influence it, could convince me that by approving this refinance that we can then guarantee the national economic recovery so that the nation is going to do better and we're going to have a jobless rate somewhere around 6 or 7% within the next 2 or 3 years, and that cities across the country are going to be in stronger financial circumstances. I would find that a better reason to support this, but I would be very skeptical that this assembly actually has the ability to have that kind of national influence. And so I really find his comments interesting, but I don't think there's any economic support for them. This is a national challenge, and I think we have to pay our debt when due, and I'm going to support this amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, your last comment on this?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Klayman clearly didn't listen to what I said not only tonight but in previous comments on it. I said that what the Assembly did, the Assembly majority, is you dramatically increased expenditures in a time of declining revenues. Did you get that last part, Mr. Klayman? I acknowledge the fact that revenues are declining because of various reasons, including our trust fund not performing well in the stock market, rental car, bed car tax being down. I've acknowledged that on numerous occasions. When you're in that kind of climate, the worst thing you can do in government or in business is to dramatically increase your expenditures, which is what you did, sir. And that is the problem we have today, a problem that if we don't take care of this year and next year, we're looking at budget deficits in the $20 to $35 million range year after year after year, which is unacceptable. This is a tool to help solve it, We've put together a 2-year plan that gets this city back into fiscal health, and the cash flow mechanism that's being discussed is a tool to help do that. That's all it is, and it's effective. It gets us within 2 years into a balanced budget. But, again, it has to be fixed now.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to put this on the board since no one else is on the queue. Please vote. That amendment is approved, 6-5. I would like to just note for the record, before we get to further amendments, that I've been informed by a gentleman in the audience that he has been absolutely counting on getting his liquor license approved, his conditional use approved, 14M, and it's going to delay his opening a store, and there's a significant economic impact.
Move to change the order of the day to take care of 14M.
I second.
Can we do that?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to, at this point, open the public hearing for 14M. This is a conditional use for Three Amigos Mexican Restaurant. Anybody who'd like to speak to this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Is there discussion? Is there objection?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead. Mr. Who said that?
I did.
Oh, Mr.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
You had it right. You're coming to me.
Voice.
Is the petitioner here? Sir?
Yes, he is. He's the gentleman in the black.
Would you come forward, please? I presume you were here earlier for the discussion on Brown Jug and Muldoon and the requirement that we placed on their conditional use to require valid ID for anyone purchasing alcoholic beverages.
Yes, I understand.
Would you object to that same conditional use, or that same condition being placed on your conditional use?
Yes, I do.
You object to it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk?
Madam Chair, I think...
question for this?
Oh, no, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd just like to comment. I think that we should be thoughtful about what we're doing in terms of asking for ID. I think it makes sense in a package store. I'm not sure it makes sense in a restaurant. I'd like to spend some time working on this before we begin to assign it to a lot of other entities.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, is there objection?
I'm just
Go
curious.
ahead,
Mr. Capiras, about how many yards is this from your house?
How many what?
How many
I wouldn't call myself a frequent customer. However, they have good stuff there, and I have visited. Yes, just about 50 yards from my house.
Thank you.
You just got a compliment, sir. Assembly member likes your food. All right. Seeing no further discussion, and is there any objection? Seeing no objection, we've approved it, sir. Good luck in your business. All right. Going back. We are now back at the operating budget. Is there, I'm trying to get to the screen so I can see who wants to, any further amendments? She only had that one she made.
So far.
I'm waiting for somebody to get in queue. She's not in queue.
Oh, okay. If you want me to be in queue, I'll be in.
Well, I just want somebody to,
I'm in the queue, Madam Chair.
and nobody's in the queue on my map here.
On the floor.
Someone should hit motion. How's that?
I'm trying. Aha, I see you. Ms. Drummond, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is under the Department of the Assembly because we're moving it there. The amendment is to provide funding for a grant to the Federation of Community Councils in the amount of $98,000. This amount represents a 4% reduction in the amount funded in 2009, which was $102,000, and before that it was $108,000, if anybody cares.
Second.
Thank you.
Do you want to speak to that, Ms. Drummond?
I think we've done quite a bit of discussion on this. I think the Federation of Community Councils has long been a partner in with the city in administering the tasks that need to be done to help our community councils communicate, and putting it back into the Department of the Assembly is the appropriate thing to do. There used to be a contract with the Assembly Chair and the Federation of Community Councils, and I think we need to be returning to that model and administering it from within our department. Thank you.
Mr. Clayman?
Just to make sure I understand clearly, the idea would, as opposed to this being a grant that is handed to the FCC to manage, this will actually be managed from within the clerk's office?
No.
Okay, so it will be a
It's
grant
just-
that the clerk distributes to the FCC?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I guess, maybe I won't attach intent language to this, but we had some discussion about maybe we can provide some efficiencies by managing part of these processes through the clerk's office. So I guess, presuming FCC is going to be governed through the clerk's office, we could explore that in the coming year, perhaps find some budget savings for 2011.
Mr. Flynn, would you mind if I shared with you the discussions I've had with the clerk on this, or would you rather wait?
Wouldn't mind a bit, but if you'd rather wait, that's fine too.
Maybe it would be helpful. Basically, I talked to the clerk, and she believes that she does have the capability to provide a lot of the mailing and clerical stuff that the FCC is doing. She we requested, though, that to do that, she retain the $65,000 that was proposed to come out of the elimination of the minutes clerk. So that was the discussion I had with her, and it was something I intended to put forth later, is to use that $65,000 so that the clerk's office could provide the facilitation for the community councils. So, Mr. Birch, you're in queue.
So if I understand this amendment, this is basically an increase in property tax, correct? As a source of funds? It's not deleting.
Mr. Drummond?
This is the mayor told me several weeks ago that he would not oppose this item. It has the support of the community councils, of the Federation of Community Councils, and it's something we need to continue doing. We rely on the community councils, as you saw tonight, for advice on all kinds of things.
But what you're proposing is basically a property tax increase. That's the funding source. It's not getting rid of something else. It's just increasing the tax structure.
Right, not over last year, no.
Okay, thank you.
It's not.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do support this amendment. Have had some of those same discussions, or heard those discussions about the efficiencies in having some of those functions performed by the clerk's office, and I'm not certain that we can do them more cheaply than they can be done by the FCC as a private contractor. And the president of the Federation is here, Mr. Dick Tremaine, and if you'll indulge me for a moment, I'd like to ask him briefly about that.
Mr. Tremaine, you have a question for Mr. Gutierrez?
Mr. Tremaine, thank you for coming. And you and I had spoken earlier today about this, and your assertion is that you, the Federation, can handle these functions more efficiently, less expensively than we could on the government side. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Mr. Gutierrez, yes. We, in the budget we've presented to you, personnel services are $45,000 fully loaded, not $65,000 fully loaded. There's $25,000 is direct mailing costs. They don't change. It is my remembrance of city services that you have interdepartmental charges. I presume that still exists. So IT services and other overhead, including rent, are higher in City Hall than they are in the private sector. Quite frankly, I'm surprised that this body wants to substitute government jobs for private sector jobs, but it's an option.
As Ms. O'Sanders wants to say, you never try to predict what this body's going to do. I appreciate that the one caveat that I would ask you to please consider is for many years we've been pushing for the FCC to move away from paper and snail mail and more to email, and I would very much like to see that.
Madam Chair, we are.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have a question.
From Mr. Tremaine?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. Dr.
Mr. Tremaine, what are there activities that you are currently doing that you that besides just mailing? And I mean, I'm wondering if the clerk's office is going to be able to do the same things you do. Are there other activities you're doing besides the ones we've discussed so far?
Well, Madam Chair, yeah, we have outreach. We have people that attend community council meetings. Our director attends those meetings. We have a repository for community council documents, historic ones. We are on our own and outside of taxpayer funds, on grant funds that we obtain from third parties, sponsoring the Neighborhoods USA convention here in 2 years. We provide training and education to community council members and their leaders.
Thank you.
Mr. Coffey?
The requested appropriation is $98,000, and the request from the clerk is $65,000 by eliminating a deletion from the clerk's budget, which is basically $33,000 difference. Can you guys get by on $65,000?
Madam Chair, Mr. Coffey, I believe that the request from the clerk's office is for personnel, but not for postage and other support services.
I understand that. And let's assume they do what you've been asked to do but have not yet done, which is do it completely electronically. Then let's assume that can happen. And are you going to do it completely electronically, or are you going to do $25,000 worth of mailing still?
Madam Chair, Mr. Coffey, we categorically will not cut off people that do not have computers from receiving mail. That would be a disservice to the public.
So, in other words, they'll continue to expend $25,000.
We are going to cut that down as much as we can. We are cutting it down month by month. But we will never zero it out, and we will never get it all the way low.
You've reduced it every year.
I can't speak for years. I can speak for months. And this year we have been decreasing it month by month. We will decrease it again in December.
What, Mr. Tremaine?
Why?
From what amount to what?
I don't have those figures available, Madam Chair.
Could you provide them?
Yes.
So we'll see how much the mail reduction's been month to month over the last, say, 6 months?
We have a contract that was signed several years ago by a previous director who left under a dark curtain that has required a minimum mailing per month. So the amount spent won't show the reduction in parcels sent, but we can provide the mail parcels sent out. Yes. Also, please be advised that the U.S. Postal Service has increased the cost of mailing both in stamps and in the data requirements and bulk mailing restrictions. That's happened in the past year.
So I guess my understanding is then that we won't see the reduction in mailing because we're bound to a contract if we send one letter or 100,000 letters or something in that nature.
Well, that's kind of a funny statement. No, of course you'll see reductions.
Well,
we're going to have reductions,
information
but you're unlikely to see more reductions at the clerk's office than you are at ours.
All right. Well, I guess, so what you're telling me is that you need to have the $98,000 to operate.
Well, we've asked for 102.6, but we can live with 98.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Starr. Is there more questions for Mr. Tremaine?
Yeah, just more statements of that. I presented to the Eagle River Valley Community Council the other night, and they're going to eliminate their mailings, which is going to be about 7,300 mailings a year will come off of that council area alone. They're going to voluntarily do it. They decided to fund any mailings that reside from their own budget. And so you will see a decrease in that. So I almost encourage dialing that into the budget right now, is that your postage will go down by, almost 7,000 to 8,000 mailings from that council district alone.
That's good to hear.
Well, I guess back to Mr. Coffey's question, can you live on $65,000 knowing that you're going to see a postage reduction almost of, probably $11,000 right now?
Madam Chair, Mr. Starr, that's prospective. I believe that in terms of our grant, we return the funds that are unspent at the end of the year.
That's not prospective. They voted on it. So
it's prospective until it occurs.
Thank you. Is there anything? There appears to be no one else in queue. I'm going to put this on the board.
I wanted to look.
Dr. Sokrig, you're
not. Yeah, I actually, I just want to make a comment, and that is that the community councils are an entity recognized in our charter, and I guess I am not going to be supporting this amendment. And the reason is that, the clerk's office has had enormous amount of turnover in the last year. I have real concerns about the clerk's office capacity to meet the needs that we currently have, not because not because there's a specific lack of will or skill, but there's an enormous amount of change going on. And it seems to me that taking on an additional responsibility when we've currently had a fair amount of change in the clerk's office might not be in the best interest of the clerk's office. But apart from the clerk's office, I also think that there's a need for the community councils to have some independence from the administration. I think that they're an independent review process that's written into our laws. It's recognized as an entity, and entities out there that bring forward information. And I think that separation of powers is a valuable thing in the long run, and I actually think it was the intention of the original drafters of the charter. I don't think we're talking about an enormous amount of money here, and for the $30,000 difference, for the number of community councils that are active around the city and the number of people that come out and dedicate their time to them, I would like us to find the money to fund their office in an independent way. So I won't be supporting this amendment.
Ms. Drummond, last comment.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the previous speaker completely misunderstands the purpose of moving this $98,000 in the Assembly Department.
Thank you. Thanks for correcting me. I won't be supporting the proposal to give it to the clerk's office.
Right.
Thank you very much.
That would be, I
stand corrected. I was moved by the conversation.
I would suggest that we take a look at how this contract operates over the next year and determine whether the clerk's office might or might not handle it in the following year. Right now, all it's doing is moving the budget item into the Assembly Department, not asking the clerk to manage the Federation of Community Councils.
Seeing no one else in queue, I'm going to ask you to vote, please.
Excuse me. Mr. Coffey?
Yeah.
That item is approved 7-4. Anyone else? Please.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Gray Jackson.
I have, thank you, Madam Chair, 4 amendments, and our time is really short, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on these amendments talking about them. But I'd just like to say one thing, that when our public came out to testify at both the public hearings, according to my numbers, because I took a lot of notes, we had exactly 100 folks, and there were 8 people in the community that came out and just supported the mayor's budget and thanked him for the work that he did. But then every other person that came out and testified talked about the quality of life in this community and how they thought that it needed to be maintained, and they understood we were in a fiscal situation, but the quality of life was also very important. And we heard from folks on the arts, public transportation, libraries, and I think I've named most of the testimony that came out. So with that said, Madam Chair, I'd like to move my first amendment, and that first amendment is to restore funding for the vacant fire investigator position.
Second.
Go ahead. You want to speak further to it?
Actually, I don't, Madam Chair.
All right. Mr. Coffey.
Who's the second? No,
Mr. Gutierrez was the second. Mr. Coffey, you're in queue. You didn't want that to speak?
No, I was going to make a motion, but.
All right. Mr. Flynn, you want to discuss it?
Yeah, if we could just ask the chief to come up for a quick second here. Chief, I apologize. We've only been through about 4 or 5 million budget discussions in the past month or two. Could you remind me how you were going to address the fire investigation piece of your business with the staffing level as proposed in the mayor's budget?
Mr. Flynn, through the chair, we have one fire investigator now working with us, and he is basically what we have. Fire captains also do origin and cause, and that is part of their job description, and we will be relying on them to do more origin and cause, and we will set parameters for this fire investigator to come out. But he is our investigator, and he is the one that will be responding.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else? Oh, Mr. Coffey?
Yeah, I just had a question. I've got a document here that says combined assembly members' proposed amendments and restore funding for vacant fire investigators, 119,000, not 115. And then I have another one that's for 121.24 and 119.159. And I didn't know which ones Ms. Gray Jackson was moving.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Coffey. Actually, there are separate amendments for each assembly member that's bringing forward amendments, and then the combined document shows all of the amendments. Okay, and the first one,
both of them, or
I'm bringing forward one. Actually, I should have numbered the second one, but that's okay. Right now, I'm bringing forward the first amendment to fund the vacant fire position for $119,115. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And also, Ms. Gray Jackson, implicit in that, you're assuming to restore funding, an estimated revenue there? Is that not, you're not doing
Madam
that
Chair, I failed to number the second fire amendment. There are two amendments to fire. The first one is the fire investigator.
Got it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Seeing no one else in queue, I'm going to put this on the board. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
And that amendment fails 5-6. Ms. Gray Jackson, you want to do another one?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. I'd like to restore funding for a fire inspector, and this position is slated to be laid off, and the revenues are estimated. There are revenues involved in this position, and I do want to talk a little bit. I want to talk about statistics in terms of fire inspectors. Okay, for starters, Anchorage has the lowest per capita inspectors, right? And I want to talk about a couple of cities in like populations and what their numbers are in terms of fire inspectors. In Newark, New Jersey, where I happen to be born, has one inspector per 1,073. Riverside, California has one per 3,281. Rochester has one per 4,137. And Anchorage has one per 31,027. So with that said, and considering the fact that this position, generates revenues, I would like to see this position reinstated because I think it's important that we have prevention in this community in terms of what could happen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Gray Jackson, I just got a point of order from a member that didn't hear a motion for this. Could you make a motion for it, please?
Certainly. I move to restore funding for a fire inspector.
Thank
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's the 120. Thank you.
Yes. That is my document. All right. Mr. Gutierrez, you want to speak to it?
Thank you. Chief, I'm sorry. Can you come to the mic again?
Have you seen these, Chief? Do you know?
Madam Chair, I saw them briefly during the break.
I'm very sorry. Could I ask this question the first time you were up here, but these inspectors, one of their duties, I've been told, is to do the inspection prior to a certificate of occupancy for new construction. Is that correct?
Some inspectors do that, yes, sir, Mr. Gutierrez.
Okay. So without these inspectors, I would imagine that process is going to be slowed down some, or are we just not going to do that anymore?
Through the chair, Mr. Gutierrez, actually, we have an inspector that is assigned to that particular duty. The particular inspector that's going to be laid off does not do certificates of occupancy. The person that does that will still be there, and the backup person for that is still there also.
So we're not going to have any reduction in service to that?
Not to the certificates of occupancy, no, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Madam Chair.
Mr. Starr, do you have a question? Or
I do. The revenue is quoted to be this employee will generate $80,000 worth of revenue, and I can assume then that's from fines, probably, or
fees.
Fees.
Mr. Starr, yes, sir. There are fees that when an inspector goes out and they do an initial inspection, there's a fee. I believe it's based on the size and area, and then if everything is corrected within a 30-day or whatever time limit that is set up between the inspector and the owner, then they'll go out and do a final inspection, and there will be a reduced fee. If it's not corrected, there are increasing fees.
But is that related to the occupancy portion of it, or a violation that you guys discover in your ongoing inspection?
Violations is what they'll be looking at.
Okay, so I get it. Thank you.
Mr. Birch?
Just, it's my understanding that this is going to result in at least a $40,000 increase in property taxes, if I read this right.
Mr. Birch, is this a question for the chief?
It is. Well, I mean,
Sorry.
I assume he's seen this, right?
No, sir, I have not.
Oh, excuse me then. I don't have a question for the chief.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
Maybe I can help here, Madam Chair.
I have a question.
Oh, don't leave then. All right, Mr. Birch, you're next, and we'll do it. Go ahead. You want to just state your comment, and then we'll just ask the chief to hang
Well,
in there.
actually, it's a couple of things. First of all, it appears to be a $40,000 increase in property taxes as a net. And I guess as a point of order, what happens if we do not complete this budget, these amendments this evening? Is it my understanding that we need to reopen the public hearing?
Yes, sir. I announced that at the last meeting. If we do not vote tonight, then I'm going to have to notice another public hearing, which will be held on December 1st, and then by charter we'll have to wait 9 days after that public hearing for the second opportunity to vote, which would be on the 9th. So if we don't vote tonight, I will be calling a special meeting on December 9th.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Yes,
Clinton.
Chief, I won't hold you to it, but there's a list, estimate of $80,000 in revenue associated with this position. Is that close?
I believe it's a little high on that particular one. The numbers that were given initially, I believe that said that this particular inspector, or this position actually, not the inspector, brought in over $150,000 to $200,000 a year, and that's a far cry from it. I think it's more in the 50 to 60 range. But let me just reiterate that it's based on how many inspections an inspector can do. And if an inspector gets out there, when I was the fire marshal 2 years ago, it was required that they did 30 inspections a week. And depending on people following up and getting it done is what it's based on. I will tell you that I do not believe that that's being done at this point in time, that the inspectors are doing 30 a week. I would imagine they're doing maybe 20 a week.
You know anybody who can change that?
I'm working on it.
Thank you very much, Chief.
I have a question.
You're not in queue. I'm sorry. Dr. Selfridge?
It looks like I'm in. It says on
my screen, but go ahead.
Okay. What's the implication of not having enough fire inspectors? What does it mean to a community? I mean, Ms. Gray Jackson pointed out some figures that most communities have significantly more people out doing this job. What's the implication of having a reduced number?
Well, through the chair, Ms. Skelkrug, Dr. Skelkrug, it's, I guess I would equate it to law enforcement. You know, the more law enforcement officers you have on the street, the more crime they're going to be able to prevent. The more inspectors you have, the more buildings that will be able to be inspected.
And so are you inspecting only new buildings, or are you out inspecting lots of everyday buildings? What's the job of an inspector?
We actually do triplexes and above. So commercial properties and then triplexes and above. We do not do single-family homes.
So do you know approximately how many units, how many units are out there to be inspected?
No, ma'am, I don't have that with me.
What would we guess off the top of our heads? Maybe 50,000?
There's probably 50 to 60,000 units out there that are triplexes and above.
And you're doing 30 a week? Or 30?
Well, that was the hope, that some inspectors, we would try to get them to do 30 a week, but as I pointed out, I do not believe that that's being taken care of.
So at that rate, some places might get inspected every 15 years?
No, ma'am.
30 a week divided into 50, I'm just wondering how that works.
We try to get, I know the fire marshal right now has been targeting different areas. The holiday seasons are coming up right now, so we're trying to do business occupancies where they're bringing in holiday merchandise, making sure that the aisleways are clear, that the exits are clear. They've worked on triplexes and fourplexes specifically. They're just trying to do what they can.
Right. I'm not suggesting that you're not getting enough work out of the people who are doing it, but it does appear to me that if you're able to do 30 a week, and we have this responsibility for the number of units that might be 50, we don't know, maybe 40,000 to 60,000 units, that 30 a week is a small dent in a big job that really does matter ultimately in terms of public safety. So I am going to be supporting this, and actually I wish I was not just supporting this, but actually providing you an additional position. I think that public safety, is just, an ounce of prevention goes a long ways, and this kind of work is really important. So I will be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, I'm putting it on the board. Please vote.
Mr. Birch? Mr. Coffey?
Please vote. And that item is approved, 6-5. Ms. Gray-Jackson, continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move my third amendment, and it is to provide funding for a grant to Maple Two Calvary Senior Center to be used for dental work, hearing aids, eyeglasses, and prescriptions for our seniors. And just very briefly...
Could we wait for a second? Just a second.
Second.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you. And briefly, these are our seniors, and last year, 2009, we gave them a grant, and it was very helpful to them, and they were really appreciative. And when I become a senior, if I need help, I would expect my community to reach out and touch, especially considering what our seniors do within our community for the rest of us. With that said, Madam Chair, I just hope that I get the support of my colleagues to do the right thing for our seniors. Thank you.
I'm trying to get back my screen. Thank you. No one else is in queue. We're going to ask a quick question then. The discussion we had in work session was potentially putting this into the grant queue rather than a separate line item. Apparently you didn't want to do that, Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Madam Chair, to be honest, I don't really care where we put it, as long as, we provide this funding to our seniors. It's fine with me. It can go in the municipal manager's office, but I believe it was in the Health and Human Services Department this year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you.
I was trying to get the queue here, Madam.
I'm sorry, it's not working. I don't know.
I think I'm in the queue as well.
Nobody is showing it all for me right now.
Okay. Well,
It just did. All right. I'm sorry. Mr. Flynn.
Okay. Ms. Engel, perhaps refresh my memory. Did Mabel T. Caverly apply through the Human Services grant process for 2009?
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, I believe that we're in the second year of a two-year process, and so they applied for 2009, but we're not awarded a grant.
Okay. And remind me what you're budgeted for 2010 for Human Services grants?
Excuse me, could you please repeat that?
Do you recall your line item for Human Services grants for 2010?
The state gives us, I don't have the exact number, but I want to say around $900,000, and we put a cash match in out of the department of $270,000.
So about 1.17 is your anticipation for 2010?
I would say something in that.
Okay. I won't hold you to the exact number. Okay. And how much is that similar to what you got last year, 2009, or do you expect
it is similar to what we've got last year, although the department's recommended that we advocate at the state level for additional funding for this grant because it provides a competitive process by which we can award agencies based on community, basically based on a community assessment through a process.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Selkirk.
I was just saying, I've lost my train of thought.
I'll come back to you if you like.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Starr?
Their Health and Human Services budget's $11.5 million, and there's a $25,000 travel budget in there. And I guess, again, we're back to the taxpayers. I know we're beating that same drum as to why should the taxpayers, but, $11 million budget, we got our priorities wrong if we have to add $25,000 as a line item budget. Let's cool back the travel, cut that in half. There's $12,500 if you were to do that. So I'm not going to be supportive. It also doesn't include the other seniors. We have another senior center out in Chugiak Eagle River. We'll raise the money for them. I just won't do it from our property taxes. So thank you.
No, Dr. Selcraig, are you ready? Dr. Selcraig?
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment regarding looking for funding through the manager's office and that kind of pool that we were talking about. But the problem with that, I think one of the reasons you're going to see amendments coming forward tonight is that really isn't funded at an adequate level. If there was an adequate amount of money in that pot to cover the things that we're going to be bringing forward, I don't think we'd be doing this. And so I just wanted to reference it, kind of a general explanation of why you're seeing individual budget amendments. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, I'm putting it on the board. Please vote.
Mr. Flynn?
And this one fails, 5-6. Ms. Gray-Jackson, you want to do the next one?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move my fourth amendment, and it is to restore funding to provide for more hours at Girdwood, Muldoon, Diamond, and Chugach Eagle River Libraries and purchase of books and materials. And the dollar amount, the cut was, I believe, $750,000, and my amendment is asking for $600,000. And I just want to make one comment in terms of...
Could we get a second first?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Mike, you got to move quicker. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Gray-Jackson.
One comment. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this, but I love telling this story. When my son was 8 years old, we took the bus everywhere, and I used to live in Muldoon area, and I'd go shopping at Cars, and he'd go to the library. Well, one day I went to pick him up at the library, and he had 32 books. And I said, well, you can't check out 32 books. And the library clerk said, oh, yes, he can, as long as he reads them. And he took them home, and he read every single one, and he still reads to this day. And that one moment in my life made me realize, and I continue to realize, how important our libraries are to our community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Me too. Mr. Coffey.
I was looking again at the combined Assembly members' proposed amendments. And Ms. Gray-Jackson's is 600, and the one in the combined is 500. Is this an error, or we have different views?
Through the Chair, thank you, Mr. Coffey. Thank you. That is an error. It should be 600,000.
In the combined.
In the combined. Thank you
for that correction.
All right. Seeing no one else in. Oh, Ms. Johnston.
I just wanted to mention again something that I brought up at the work session, and we received this from Friends of the Library, and it's how this library, our library, stack up with 35 peer libraries. And I found it quite informative. It says that we are, as far as operating expenditures per capita, we're 17% higher. Our total operating expense is 16% higher. Our library visits are 37% lower. Our circulation per capita is 37% lower. Our total staff is 40% lower, but we do have a higher expenditure. And let's see. Library visits per registered borrower. So we were told during the testimony that I think over 60% of our population have library cards. But as far as the ones with the library cards, we're 42% lower on that. And I'm a strong believer in libraries. I do have a library card. I have to say that I don't go there as often now that our children are out of the house. And I want to see a strong library, and I think the mayor's done an excellent job as far as keeping the LUSAC open and going back to the regular hours. But I don't think this is the time to be adding to the library budget. I think we need to do some more work with the library. I do want to see the branches open. I wish we could engage the volunteers that would like to be engaged in the branches, and I would not be supporting this.
Mr. Klayman?
I just want to speak briefly because Mr. Coffey raised the question was this, he had noted that on one sheet it was 500 and then the motion is for 600. And I know in our budget discussions at the work session on Friday and with the Budget Committee, Ms. Osiander had suggested a $750,000 add-in for the libraries, and Mr. Flynn had suggested a $500,000. And Ms. Gray Jackson and I had a short discussion about, well, what should we make the amendment for? And part of what we were really trying to do as an assembly is find reasonable grounds for compromise, and so the 600 reflected an effort at compromise. Thank you.
Now you're going to make me speak, Mr. Clayman. Actually,
don't have to.
Actually,
I'm
sorry.
Ms. Osiander.
Pardon me. Actually, because of the work session, I dropped significantly and would have accepted maybe a smaller figure here. There are some constraints with labor contracts that hopefully Mr. Flynn has started a ball rolling where we can address them. But I thought there was a real good suggestion to wait till first quarter. And we actually have that negotiation with AMEA done so that we can have a little more flexibility. I also would have accepted maybe a more targeted towards materials acquisition. So the compromise for me would have worked better if it had gone down instead of up. Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Just want to apologize for lowballing you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, seeing no one further, please vote. And that item is approved, 6-5. Mr. Gray Jackson, you have another one? I'm sorry, Mr. Coffey, was that you?
Oh, I
Said
thought
something?
Ms. Jackson was done. She's not.
She has one more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to eliminate the proposed fare increase, and I'd like a second.
Go ahead, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another quick story, okay? I worked at public transit in the early 80s when the new bus barn was being built. And since I was there, I asked a lot of questions, and I want to know how big things were going to be and how many buses would be housed in the bus barn. And that bus barn was built to house 200 buses, except many, many, many years later, also known as 2009, we only have 55 buses that are on the road. We need to beef up our public transit system, period, point blank. And if we raise the fares, that's not going to do anything but discourage ridership, especially in a time when people really need to ride the bus. And I'll say this one more time. I've said it many times here on this dais that I rode the bus 21 of the 27 years I lived in town. And we need to make sure that our public transportation is reliable and viable for our citizens in Anchorage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Sokray.
I'm going to be supporting this. I find it, the mayor earlier talked about us being not ingenuous. He talked about us being ingenuous in terms of our actions and the things that we were doing and the concerns we were raising. But the reality is that this body has continually talked about the fact that we're in a crisis. And what is mind-boggling to me is why we think that the crisis is only for property tax owners. The crisis is for everyone in this community. And it's particularly for those people who are working poor people. We have people in this town who are working 2 jobs in many cases, and they're still poor. They can't find a job. It's hard to get to work. They don't, or if they have a job, they have a situation where they don't have a car or they can't afford gas when they're taking the bus. So, and those people are also paying their heating bills that have gone up, and they're also paying their utility bills that have gone up. And in many cases, they don't have insurance, so they're dealing out of their pocket with for medical care. And why on earth we would even in the least bit consider raising bus costs at this time is beyond my belief. I mean, I can't imagine why we would do this. It's like, why don't we recognize that people who are on the edge are the people who are in most crisis? And why would we think that we would balance our budget in a way that allows us to not cap to the tax cap, but instead raise the cost of a bus for somebody who is already on the edge. And the fact is that even if you don't have any compassion, which I think is actually the situation here, the reality is that it's not a smart thing to do, because when people can't afford to get to work, they lose their jobs. And when they lose their jobs, they become way more expensive for this community. So I just can't even imagine that this administration wants to raise bus fares at this time. It seems really ingenuous to me in terms of having any sort of sensible compassion for the community. And I really hope that we find the money, and I hope that the administration works with us to find this money, because it's really not the right thing to be doing right now, is raising the costs of buses.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's getting late. We're all tired. I thought I heard Dr. Selgreg say, cap to the tax.
Captain tax? Cap tax, yeah. Thank you.
I live in what is not an affluent neighborhood. I live on a bus route number 8, by the way. And don't get me wrong, I love my neighborhood. I love the street that I live on. My wife and I, about 6 years ago, purchased a duplex, and it's a mostly multifamily neighborhood. Our first tenant, bless her heart, was a single mom, 2 kids, actually 3 kids, and she worked 2 jobs. She had no car, and had she not been able to ride the bus, had we not been right on the bus line, she took the bus to and from both of the jobs. She wouldn't have been able to pay rent. Her life would have been pretty tough, or tougher than it already was. We have a lot of folks who, and frankly, I've been in the situation where I've had to ride the bus to work, and I'm very fortunate that I live on a bus route, and I've enjoyed the times that I've ridden the bus. I probably ought to do it more often than I do, but a lot of folks depend on those buses just to get to one or more jobs in order to pay their rent, to put food on the table, to pay their taxes, to pay their landlord's taxes if they're a renter. And I think at this particular time, it behooves the entire municipality to make it a lot easier for somebody to hold a job. If we can make it easier for somebody to hold a job, go to work, earn a paycheck, I think that benefits every single one of us. And the bus system is a part of that, and that's why I support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. So I said this at the first, well, I don't know if it was the first work session, an early work session, that I worry about the things that would result in people who are marginal in their employment and need to be able to get to and from work at both odd hours and at a cost that, while doesn't pay the full cost of the ride, at least the subsidy is less than unemployment insurance and the rest of the things that go with not working. And so I want to say this. There are a lot of things in the budget that are there for a whole variety of reasons leading to discussion, and I don't think any of them have to do with the administration's compassion or lack of it. I think they're just trying to deal with a very difficult situation, and it doesn't help to further the discussion to impugn someone in that regard. So what I say is I think we would be better advised not to raise these rates, because I think on the margins it will help us avoid costs that we would otherwise incur as a city and as a society. So for that reason and that reason alone, I will support this amendment.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, I'm going to put it on the board. Please vote. And that one passes 9-2. All right.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey.
We're 15 minutes out. We have combined proposed amendments that total $4.238780.
Mr. Coffey, it didn't include, I have one amendment that didn't make the list.
I understand that.
Okay.
I don't believe we're going to get done tonight, but I would, as a suggestion, move the entire sheet and try to get it done. And if I don't want to do that if people oppose it, but I thought it might enable us to move along with some greater speed.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
there was been a motion to combine all the amendments, and there's a second.
Madam Chair.
Discussion on that. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Coffey, that's a really great idea, but my suggestion would be, since some of these have already been dealt with, is to combine individual sheets. For example, Mr. Gutierrez has two to combine Mr. Clayman's as we get to them, and then Dr. Selcraig's. That would be my suggestion, since some of these have already been dealt with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I didn't push my button. I looked at the individual sheets, and Ms. Gray-Jackson's amendments have now all been dealt with. The tax cap by Ms. Drummond has been dealt with. The Assembly grant has been dealt with. And then I looked at Ms. Selcraig's, and she has 3, and they're on this sheet. And Mr. Gutierrez has 2, and they're on the combined sheet. And Mr. Clayman has 4, and they're all on the combined sheet. So that's why I thought if we just dealt with them all at once, it would be beneficial. I'm just trying to see if we can get done by 11, and I don't know if that helps.
Well, I'm hearing objection to that.
You know what, Madam Chair? Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Whatever works, I'm fine with it.
Well, let me ask you this. Is it going to work?
I'll just clarify that we move the sheet minus the amendments that have already been dealt with.
Of course.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have a question for you on process. My one little amendment?
We can add yours too, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right.
Madam Chair, I
Now,
believe
process
in the
question.
And Madam Chair, we have one as well, as you know.
And you do too, indeed.
It's the IGC amendment, right,
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Let's roll it in too. Why not?
Roll it in.
Roll it in. All right. Does everybody have copies of all of those? Just before we have debate.
Madam
You got
Chair,
copies of all of
it
them?
would be 4 pages, am I
I
correct?
have the full page, but I have not.
No, 3 pages.
All right. Mine is
Yours,
Is
the
rough.
administrations, and the
Yes.
combined.
yes, sir.
All right, so my motion, if I might amend it, then would include
Yes.
combining these 3.
All right. And Ms. Johnson, you seconded that. Is there objection to doing
I
that?
object.
All right. I'm going to put on the
May-
board.
I'd like to comment, and I'd like to say why I object.
Go ahead.
It seems to me that all of these are important, and they all deserve discussion. And the thing is when we clump them all together, what will happen is we'll pass them, the mayor will veto them, and there'll never be any really clear discussion before the public about the value of these amendments. And I personally would love to be done by the end of the evening, but the fact is that I think that these amendments need to be aired publicly. The need for them needs to be discussed, and we need to deliberate on them. So I don't support this, clumping them all together. I mean, that's what we did with the amendments to the 6-year plan, which were vetoed immediately, and actually the public doesn't have a clue of what was amended, because there was never any discussion about it.
Okay. An alternative would be to extend for about a half an hour and to try to limit debate.
I'd move
Well,
to extend.
I think it's reasonable to take them in clumps and talk about each of them in the process, but to do in a big stack, I don't think it's going to work.
All right.
Madam Chair, I believe I'm in the queue.
Well, at this point, all we're doing is talking about process rather than substance. So
Yeah.
could I just put this vote on the board if you want to do as Mr. Coffey suggests, and we can just decide and then move to substantive matters?
If I could just offer one real brief comment, Madam Chair, I promise.
Go ahead.
Just, Dr. Selcraig, it's my intent that once we're done with the amendments to move, to postpone action on this so we can have the subsequent public hearing that the Chair discussed, and we can continue the discussion over these individual items over the next few weeks.
So why would we move them all tonight? That doesn't make any sense to me.
We could be done. We may not have enough people to extend. We have 10 minutes left.
No, but the thing is Mr. Flynn's strategy is what he's explaining to me, is that he wants to continue to discuss these over the next couple of weeks. I guess I would like to say I do think that we do need to extend, because I think that the administration probably has some skills of meeting many of these amendments, and that we could revisit them. So if it's a strategy to do that, I would consider it. Thank you.
Well, then I would suggest a motion to extend if you want. If that
I'm not interested in, I think we should.
All right, at this point, there is one motion. Excuse me, folks, I'm trying. There is one motion. Oh, just a minute. I goofed up. I apologize. I can't get the screen back. I can't vote. Could you make it so I could do a vote, please?
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I
sir.
would like to speak to the motion.
All right.
I will be brief.
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Gutierrez.
want to speak against the motion because we have seen a wide variety of votes on these amendments, and we can clearly see that some things are of a different priority. Some have passed on a 6-5 vote one way or the other. Some have passed with 7. Some have passed with 8. One just passed with 9. So I think lumping them all together is unfair to the merits of each individual amendment.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you, Madam
Gutierrez.
Chair.
All right, please vote on this process question. If you want to clump them, vote accordingly. And clumping passed. All right, we now have the combined amendments before us. Is there?
Somebody move.
Could someone move them? Did we? All right, and there was a second?
No.
All right, now there is. Thank you. Is there discussion on the aggregate?
Madam Chair?
Miss Gray Jackson, pardon me. I'm looking at the other names and looking at you.
Oh, all right.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But anyway, even though they're combined, I would like to hear comments from each of the makers of the motions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Starr.
Just a clarification on the restore funding to the 326-211 number moved by Mr. Flynn. My challenge here is the 274-333 to the arts, the 326-211, and then the current amount that's already in the mayor's budget totals the combined amount. Now we're moving an extra amount of money for the FCC and a couple of the other grantees that are so are we overfunding? The intention here is what I'm getting at, and it would seem to be that if you got $200,000 already in the manager's office for grants, 326, 274, it exceeds the amount. Only because we're treating FCC as separately. And so
I'll answer that, Mr. Starr, in the absence of the chair's attention. We will need to fine-tune these before we finalize them. And I'll just leave it at that.
just a point, I mean, it's a $100,000 question.
And there's a couple other
a lot of money
pieces
to me.
there, too. I don't think we should consider it to be done just because we passed it as an amendment.
Mr. Kleiman.
You know what it is that there's a deal
I'm going to urge the body, actually, in the interest of reaching compromise on the budget, because I think that's really what these amendments are about, is to allow the conversation to go forward with the administration for some meaningful discussions on trying to reach a budget compromise. There's different people who have put different amendments in. We're likely to have a public hearing on December 1st. And at that time, I'll be happy to address each of the amendments I put forward and the reasons why. But I would encourage, actually, the entire body to vote in favor of all these amendments, and I will just recognize that by voting for the amendments, you're not necessarily supporting them all, you're just supporting the discussion and continuing to hear public input on the amendments that have been put forward, which will further our discussion when we get to the budget later in December. So I would urge a yes vote on all these proposed amendments.
All right, I'm going to need about 3 or 4 minutes for process, folks. So, Dr. Sokrig.
This is not on process.
And if Greg Jones could talk to the clerk.
I think we have to be pretty thoughtful here. What we're really saying is that we're going to clump these together. We're not going to talk about them in a public forum. There'll be kind of back talk going on between some members of the Assembly and the administration, and there'll be some deals cut, and we'll come back with a new proposal in 2 weeks. And it seems to me that these amendments are important enough that they deserve a public hearing on each of them. I know Mr. Flynn's confident, but I think Mr. Flynn's in a position where he feels like he can broker and work on these amendments independently, but they're not all his amendments. And so consequently, I guess I'm a little uncomfortable considering this list was originally made that didn't have things on that I thought mattered. So I'm a little confused. I think that what we've done here is kind of pulled back the conversation from the public, and there'll be things brokered, and then the public is going to have to scratch their head at our next meeting and figure out what comes out the other end. Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Well, what Ms. Selcraig said rings true with me as well. We do this out in the open, and if we come back in a couple days or 3 days, they're going to wonder, how did we do it? And I'm frustrated through the process as much as anyone is, but the opportunities to sit and speak to the public are now, and they were at work sessions and they're at public notice meetings. I'm happy to keep talking about it because I'll keep beating the drum that we need to come up with effective solutions. I'll keep beating the drum that the property taxpayers are the only solution we go to. I'll keep saying all those things, and I want to say them at a microphone. I don't want to be accused of a serial meeting or a backroom deal or what do you think now, or be completely blindsided that there's a deal been made. That's not appropriate business. So I'll lecture that as much as it is, but I think we got to sit down and do it in public in some fashion or another. 2 weeks from now.
I move to postpone this action until to our next meeting.
Second. We're done tonight.
Is there objection to postponing the, the action would be the debate on the aggregate, all right? Is there objection to postponing the debate on the aggregate? Seeing no objection, we've postponed. Now, I'm going back
Madam
to.
Chair.
All right, just a minute.
Well, I just don't want you to run out of time. I was going
all
to
right.
move to extend for the
5
purpose
minutes.
of process only.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a second to, is there objection? All right, there's one objection. Is there,
We have 5 minutes. Can we not
I'm
get this
going
done
to
in
try,
5?
I'm going to try. At this point, there's one objection only, I've heard. All right. Basically, the requirement is that now, at this point, we have to have a separate public hearing, and then we have to have an 8-day window after that public hearing is closed when we vote again. I had thought that I had the agenda for that set. However, I just discovered that 2 of our members will be absent on the 9th, and so it presents some difficulties. So what I am going to propose, but I need the administration, I was trying to get Mr. Jones. He's working on it right now. Okay, here's the suggestion that was presented to me, is to have a special meeting just for a budget hearing on November 30th. And if we do that, then we can have the vote on this on December 8th, which is a regular Tuesday, instead of the 9th.
Can you call in?
Can you call in is the question. The 10th is better.
I don't.
Are you, Mr. Birch and Mr. Coffey, are you back on the 10th?
No, I'm leaving on the evening of the 9th. And I'm not leaving for one day. I'm gone for.
All right, so if the meeting is on the 9th, we miss 2. If the meeting is on the 8th, we miss 1. I'm sorry, there's no way, we have to do it. All right, Mr. Jones, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Is it possible for us to have our public hearing on the 30th? And then the meeting on the 8th could be the budget?
Yes, the 30th was tentatively reserved for the Planning and Zoning Commission, which they're not going to use. We would have to verify that the library had not offered it to anyone else. We don't believe they have.
We asked for the schedule as of 5 o'clock tonight, so that should be the most accurate.
Right. So
Karen's here.
If the Commission's tentative schedule still holds, then it is available because they're not
All
going
right.
to use it.
At this point, there's nothing that's ideal. However, I am going to call a special meeting on November 30th, Monday evening, that will just be a budget hearing.
At what time, Madam Chair?
5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
Okay, I'll sit.
And we'll continue that until we're done, and then we will have our next budget vote on the 8th. And it's not a special meeting because it's already, it is a special meeting. All right, I apologize. And then we'll also call a special meeting on December 8th to deal with all the budgets that have not yet been finished. All right? With that notification and our time elapsed.
Move to adjourn.
And is there a second? Second. We are adjourned. Thank you.